Welcome to your new role as a park ranger at the Whispering Pines National Park, where the shadows hold secrets and the trees whisper tales of unspeakable horror. As you embark on this journey, it is crucial that you understand the true nature of the forest you now call your workplace. This is not a place for the faint of heart or the weak-minded, for the park has a dark history that has left a stain on the very soil beneath your feet. The forest has a way of twisting the minds of those who dare to venture too deep, leaving them as mere shells of their former selves. Some say the park is cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who met their untimely demise within its borders. Others whisper of ancient entities that lurk in the shadows, waiting to prey on the unsuspecting. As a park ranger, it is your duty to protect the visitors from the horrors that call this place home. But more importantly, you must protect yourself. The forest will test you, pushing you to the very limits of your sanity, but you must remain vigilant and strong. Trust no one, not even your own senses, for the park has a way of deceiving even the most experienced of rangers. Before you begin your first shift, it is imperative that you familiarize yourself with the following rules. These guidelines are not mere suggestions, but a matter of life and death. Failure to adhere to them will result in consequences too terrible to imagine, and your name will be added to the ever-growing list of those who have been claimed by the Whispering Pines. Remember, the forest is always watching, and it will stop at nothing to protect its secrets. So steel your nerves, keep your wits about you, and pray that you survive your time as a park ranger at the Whispering Pines National Park. 1. If you're out in the forest and you see the shadow of a woman in the darkness, immediately close your eyes and count to 10. If she's still there when you open your eyes, run back to your vehicle and pray she doesn't follow. You don't want to know what happens if she follows you. 2. Never answer any phone calls or radio transmissions while on patrol, especially if the voice on the other end claims to be a lost child. It's a trap, and if you respond, you'll become the next target of the forest's malevolent entities. 3. If you find a clearing with a perfect circle of dead trees, leave immediately. Those who linger too long in these cursed grounds are never seen again, and their screams echo through the night. 4. Should you encounter a visitor with pitch-black eyes and a sinister smile, do not engage with them. Slowly back away and report the incident to your supervisor. These entities are known to prey on the minds of the weak-willed. 5. If you hear whispers coming from the trees, whispers that sound like they're calling your name, cover your ears and recite the Lord's Prayer. The voices will try to lure you deeper into the woods, but you must resist their temptation. 6. If you find a trail of bloody footprints leading into the forest, do not follow them. Those who do are never seen again, and their bodies are never found. 7. Should you encounter a group of children playing in the woods at night, do not approach them. They are not children, but ancient spirits that take the form of innocence to trick unsuspecting victims. 8. If you see a figure standing motionless in the distance, watching you from afar, do not attempt to confront them. They are the guardians of the forest's darkest secrets, and they will stop at nothing to protect them. 9. If you hear the sound of a woman singing a lullaby deep within the woods, cover your ears and flee the area immediately. Her melody is a curse that will trap your soul in the forest forever. 10. Should you find a lone teddy bear sitting in the middle of a trail, do not touch it. It is said to be possessed by the spirit of a child who met a gruesome end in the forest, and those who disturb it will suffer the same fate. 11. If you see a figure hanging from a tree, do not approach it. It is not a corpse, but a manifestation of the forest's malice, waiting for its next victim. 12. If you hear the sound of a baby crying in the night, do not investigate. It is a trap set by the forest's most evil entity, luring you to your doom. 13. Should you find a clearing with a single black tree at its center, do not enter. Those who do are consumed by the tree's darkness, their souls trapped for eternity. 14. If you see a figure standing at the edge of a cliff, their back turned to you, do not call out to them. They are the lost souls of those who took their own lives in the forest, and they will drag you over the edge with them. 15. If you find a doll made of twigs and leaves hanging from a tree, leave it be. It is an offering to the forest's dark gods, and disturbing it will bring their wrath upon you. 16. Should you hear the sound of drumming echoing through the trees, run as fast as you can in the opposite direction. The drumming is a signal that the forest's most ancient and evil ritual has begun, and you do not want to be its next sacrifice. 17. If you see a trail of candles leading into the depths of the woods, do not follow them. They lead to a place where the veil between our world and the realm of the dead is at its thinnest, and those who cross over never return. 18. If you encounter a visitor with a wide, unnatural grin and eyes that gleam with madness, do not let them speak. Their words are poison, and they will drive you to the brink of insanity. 19. Should you find a book bound in human skin lying on the forest floor, do not open it. The knowledge contained within its pages will shatter your mind and leave you a hollow shell of your former self. 20. Above all else, remember that the forest is alive, and it feeds on the fear and despair of those who dare to trespass within its borders. Once it has claimed you, there is no escape, and your screams will echo through the trees for all eternity. The crackling of the campfire filled the air as a group of park rangers huddled together, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The night was dark and still, the only sounds being the occasional hoot of an owl and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. It was a rare moment of respite for the rangers of Whispering Pines, a chance to relax and share stories after a long day patrolling the haunted forest. As the rangers sipped their hot coffee and exchanged tales of their experiences, an older ranger named Jack cleared his throat. The others fell silent, knowing that when Jack spoke, it was usually to share a story of great importance. With a grave expression on his weathered face, Jack began to recount the legend of the Shadow Woman. It all started back in the early 1900s, Jack said, his voice low and steady. There was a young woman named Evelyn who lived in a small cabin at the edge of the forest. She was a beautiful and kind-hearted soul, with long, raven-black hair and piercing green eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the forest itself. Evelyn was loved by all who knew her, and her presence brought a sense of warmth and comfort to the small town that bordered Whispering Pines. Jack took a sip of his coffee, his eyes distant as he recalled the tale. Evelyn spent her days exploring the woods, foraging for berries and herbs, and tending to the small garden behind her cabin. She had a deep connection with nature, and the forest seemed to welcome her presence. But one fateful day, when the autumn leaves were just beginning to turn, Evelyn ventured into the woods to gather berries, and never returned. The rangers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation as Jack continued. The town searched for days, scouring every inch of the forest, but no trace of Evelyn was ever found. It was as if the woods had swallowed her whole. Search parties combed through the dense undergrowth, calling out her name until their voices grew hoarse, but the only response was the eerie silence of the forest. As time passed, rumors began to spread of a ghostly figure seen wandering the forest at night. A woman with long, dark hair and a flowing white dress. They say it's Evelyn's spirit, still searching for a way back home, forever trapped between the world of the living and the dead. Jack paused, his gaze drifting to the dark tree line that surrounded the campsite. The rangers followed his gaze, a chill running down their spines as they imagined the ghostly figure lurking in the shadows. The wind picked up, causing the branches to creak and groan like ancient bones, and the flames of the campfire danced wildly, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. But there's more to the story, Jack continued, his voice barely above a whisper. Some say that Evelyn's disappearance was no accident. They whisper of dark rituals and sacrifices, of an ancient evil that dwells deep within the heart of the forest. Rumors of a secret cult that practiced black magic and made offerings to the dark entity that called Whispering Pines its home. And now, Evelyn's spirit is tied to that evil, forever bound to the woods that claimed her life, a vengeful specter that seeks to lure others into the same fate that befell her. The rangers sat in stunned silence, the weight of Jack's words hanging heavy in the air. They had all heard stories of the strange occurrences in Whispering Pines, of hikers who vanished without a trace, and the eerie whispers that echoed through the trees. But none had heard the full story of Evelyn and the Shadow Woman, nor the dark secrets that the forest held. They say that on moonless nights, when the forest is at its darkest, you can hear Evelyn's mournful cries carried on the wind, a haunting melody that sends shivers down your spine. Jack continued, his voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. And if you're unfortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her spectral form, with her pale skin and hollow, sunken eyes, you must act quickly. Close your eyes, count to 10, and pray that when you open them, she's gone. For if she remains, if you allow yourself to be drawn in by her unearthly beauty and the promise of secrets untold, you'll be lost forever, doomed to wander the forest as one of her ghostly thralls. Jack's voice took on a somber tone, and that, my fellow rangers, is why we warn everyone who sets foot in Whispering Pines to beware of the Shadow Woman. For if you see her in the darkness, you must close your eyes and pray that she doesn't follow. Because if she does, if you allow yourself to be lured into her embrace, you may never escape her grasp. Your soul will be forever bound to the cursed forest, just like Evelyn's, and you'll become another legend, another cautionary tale whispered around campfires like this one. Jack fell silent, his gaze fixed on the dying embers of the campfire. As the crackling of the campfire filled the silence left by Jack's haunting tale, the park rangers of Whispering Pines leaned in closer, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and fascination. Jack, the weathered storyteller, took a long sip from his coffee mug before continuing, his voice low and grave. The legend of the Shadow Woman is not merely a ghost story, my friends, Jack said, his gaze sweeping over the gathered rangers. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of this ghostly figure, and each encounter has left an indelible mark on those unfortunate enough to cross her path. The rangers exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts pounding in their chests as they listened to Jack's words. Many of them had heard whispers of the Shadow Woman during their time at Whispering Pines, but none had dared to speak of her openly, as if the mere mention of her name might summon her presence. Park rangers and visitors alike have reported seeing a ghostly female figure in the darkness of the forest, Jack continued, his voice barely above a whisper. They describe her as a woman with long, flowing hair and a white dress that seems to glow in the moonlight. But it's not just her appearance that strikes fear into the hearts of those who encounter her. It's the overwhelming sense of dread that accompanies her presence, a feeling that seeps into your very bones and chills you to the core. The rangers shuddered, their minds conjuring images of the ghostly apparition that haunted the woods they called home. Some of them had experienced that very same sense of dread while on patrol, a feeling that made them quicken their pace and glance nervously over their shoulders, as if something sinister were lurking just out of sight. Those who have seen the Shadow Woman speak of a strange compulsion that comes over them, Jack went on, his voice growing more urgent. They say it's like a siren's call. A pull that draws them deeper into the woods, away from the safety of the trails and the comfort of civilization. It's as if she wants them to follow her, to become lost in the labyrinthine depths of the forest, never to be seen again. The rangers looked at each other, their faces pale in the flickering light of the campfire. They knew all too well the dangers that lurked in the heart of Whispering Pines, the way the forest could swallow a person whole, leaving no trace behind. Some of those who have followed the Shadow Woman have never been seen again, Jack said, his voice heavy with sorrow. They vanish into the woods, never to return, their fate a mystery that haunts their loved ones and the rangers who search for them. Others have been found, but they are changed, their minds shattered by the horrors they witnessed in the depths of the forest. They return in a state of shock, unable to speak of what they saw, their eyes haunted by a darkness that never truly leaves them. The rangers sat in silence, the weight of Jack's words hanging heavy in the air. They had all taken an oath to protect the visitors of Whispering Pines, to keep them safe from the dangers that lurked in the shadows. But how could they protect against a threat that defied explanation? a ghostly figure that seemed to possess an unearthly power over those who encountered her. And though the legend of the Shadow Woman filled their hearts with fear, they knew that they could not let that fear consume them. They had a duty to uphold, a sacred trust to keep. As the Rangers sat in contemplative silence, the weight of their responsibility hanging heavy on their shoulders, Jack cleared his throat once more. His eyes held a distant look, as if he were recalling a memory long buried, something that haunted him still. "Rule 1 may be our first line of defense against the Shadow Woman," Jack said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But even the most vigilant among us can fall victim to her allure. I know this all too well, for I myself have had a close encounter with the darkness that lurks within these woods." The Rangers huddled closer around the campfire, their eyes fixed on Jack's weathered face. The old Ranger took a deep breath, his gaze distant as he delved into the depths of his memory. The air seemed to grow colder, the shadows lengthening as if drawn to the tale that was about to unfold. "It was many years ago," Jack began, his voice low and somber. "Back when I was just a young ranger, fresh out of training and eager to prove myself. I had heard the stories of the Shadow Woman, of course. We all had. But like many young fools, I thought myself invincible, untouchable by the darkness that lurked in the heart of Whispering Pines." The Rangers leaned in closer, their breaths held in anticipation, as Jack continued his tale. "I was on my first solo patrol, assigned to the deepest, most remote part of the forest. It was a moonless night, the kind of darkness that seems to swallow you whole, and I had only my flashlight and my wits to guide me." Jack paused, his hand trembling slightly as he raised his coffee mug to his lips. The Rangers waited, their hearts pounding in their chests, as he gathered his thoughts. "I had been walking for hours, my feet aching and my mind wandering. When I first saw her," Jack whispered, his voice barely audible over the crackling of the campfire. "She was standing at the edge of a small clearing, her white dress glowing in the beam of my flashlight. At first, I thought she was lost, a hiker who had wandered off the trail and become disoriented in the darkness." The Rangers exchanged uneasy glances, their minds conjuring images of the ghostly figure that haunted the woods. "I called out to her, my voice echoing through the trees, but she didn't respond," Jack continued, his brow furrowed as he lost himself in the memory. "Instead, she turned and walked deeper into the woods, her movements fluid and graceful, almost as if she were floating above the ground." The Rangers shuddered, their skin crawling at the thought of the Shadow Woman's unearthly presence. They had all heard the stories of those who had followed her, never to be seen again, and the thought of their friend and mentor falling victim to her allure was almost too much to bear. "I knew I should have turned back, should have radioed for backup and reported the sighting," Jack said, his voice heavy with regret. "But something compelled me to follow her, a curiosity that bordered on obsession. I had to know who she was, what she wanted, and why she haunted the depths of Whispering Pines." The Rangers held their breath, their hearts in their throats, as Jack described the chase that followed. The winding trails and tangled underbrush, the whispered voices that seemed to echo from every shadow, the growing sense of dread that settled in the pit of his stomach. "I don't know how long I followed her," Jack admitted. "Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness of the forest. All I knew was that I had to keep going, had to unravel the mystery that lay at the heart of the Shadow Woman's legend." The Rangers leaned forward, their eyes wide with fear and fascination, as Jack recounted the moment that would haunt him for the rest of his days. "I had just pushed through a particularly dense thicket when I saw her again, standing at the edge of a small stream. She turned to face me, her eyes glowing in the darkness, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It was then that I realized the truth. She wasn't lost, wasn't human. She was something else entirely, a being of shadow and mist, a creature of the forest that had claimed countless lives over the centuries." Jack's voice trembled as he described the overwhelming sense of dread that washed over him, the icy tendrils of fear that wrapped around his heart and squeezed the breath from his lungs. He spoke of the sudden, desperate need to flee, to put as much distance between himself and the Shadow Woman as possible. "I turned to run, My legs pumping beneath me, my lungs burning with the effort, Jack said, his eyes distant as he relived the terror of that moment. But no matter how fast I ran, I could feel her presence behind me, drawing ever closer, her icy breath on the back of my neck. The Rangers shivered, their own fears rising to the surface as they imagined the horror of being pursued by the Shadow Woman, of feeling her ghostly fingers grasping at their heels. Just when I thought all was lost, when I could feel the icy touch of her hand on my shoulder, I remembered Rule 1, Jack said, his voice barely audible over the pounding of his own heart. I closed my eyes, my lips moving in a silent prayer, and started to count. 1, 2, 3. The Rangers held their breath, their own hearts racing in sympathy as they listened to Jack's tale of terror and survival. When I reached 10 and opened my eyes, she was gone, Jack whispered, his voice raw with emotion. The forest was silent, the only sound the pounding of my own heart in my ears. I stumbled back to the trail, my mind reeling from the encounter, and made my way back to the ranger station. The Rangers sat in stunned silence, their faces pale in the flickering light of the campfire. I learned a valuable lesson that night, Jack said, his voice heavy with the weight of his experience. The rules are there for a reason, not just to protect the visitors, but to protect us as well. The Shadow Woman is a force beyond our understanding, a being of darkness and mystery that cannot be reasoned with or tamed. Our only hope is to stay vigilant, to follow the rules, and to pray that we never find ourselves in her crosshairs. As the campfire burned low and the Rangers prepared to retire for the night, Jack's story lingered in their minds. They knew that they could never let their guard down, never allow themselves to be lured into the depths of the forest by the siren's call. In the years that followed, Jack's story would become a part of the lore of Whispering Pines, a cautionary tale passed down from ranger to ranger, a reminder of the importance of the rules and the dangers that lurked in the heart of the forest. The crackling of the campfire filled the air as I settled into my usual spot, surrounded by a group of fresh-faced park rangers eager to learn the secrets of Whispering Pines. The flickering light cast eerie shadows on their young faces, reminding me of the countless stories I'd shared over the years, each one a cautionary tale about the dangers that lurked within the forest's depths. I cleared my throat, capturing their attention, and began. Tonight, I want to talk about Rule 2 and why it's one of the most important guidelines we have here at the park. It's a story that still haunts me to this day, and one that I hope will stay with you as you embark on your own journeys as rangers. I took a sip of my coffee, the bitter liquid warming my throat as I gathered my thoughts. It was about a decade ago when things started to take a turn for the strange. Rangers and visitors alike were vanishing without a trace, leaving behind nothing but whispers and speculation. At first, we thought it might be the work of a serial killer or some kind of wild animal, but the truth was far more sinister. The Rangers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and fascination. I could see the questions burning in their minds, but I held up a hand, urging them to let me continue. Around the same time, we started receiving an unusual number of radio transmissions and phone calls, all claiming to be from lost children in need of assistance. The voices were always the same, young, scared, and desperate for help. It was heartbreaking to hear, and every fiber of our being wanted to rush out there and save them. I shook my head, the memory of those haunting calls still fresh in my mind. But something about it just didn't sit right with me. The timing was too perfect, the stories too similar. It was as if someone, or something, was orchestrating these disappearances, using the distress calls as bait to lure us into the forest's depths. The Rangers exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. I could see the gears turning in their heads, trying to make sense of the situation. The park was in a state of chaos. Rangers were divided on how to handle the situation, some arguing that we had a duty to respond to every call for help, while others urged caution, fearing that we were walking into a trap. The debates grew heated, and tensions were running high. I paused, my gaze drifting to the dancing flames of the campfire. The memories of those days still weighed heavily on my mind, the burden of responsibility never quite leaving my shoulders. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just sit back and watch as more and more people vanished into the forest, never to be seen again. But I also knew that rushing in blindly would only lead to more tragedy. I had to be smart about it, to gather as much information as I could before making a move. I looked back at the rangers, their faces etched with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. They were hanging on my every word, desperate to know what happened next. And so, against my better judgment, I made the decision to investigate the situation myself. I knew it was a risk, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to these disappearances than met the eye. Little did I know, I was about to come face to face with a horror beyond my wildest nightmares. The rangers sat in stunned silence, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. I could see the fear in their eyes, the realization that the forest held secrets far more terrifying than they ever could have imagined. But that, my friends, is a story for another time. For now, just remember, never, under any circumstances, answer those calls. No matter how desperate or convincing they may sound, it's a trap, one that will lead you straight into the jaws of the forest's darkest entities. With that, I stood up, my joints creaking with the weight of the years. The rangers watched me go, their faces a mix of awe and terror, and I knew that my story would stay with them for a long time to come. It was a heavy burden to bear, but one that I knew was necessary to keep them safe. As I walked away from the campfire, the flickering light fading behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. But I knew better than to give in to its tricks. I had a job to do, and I would see it through to the end, no matter the cost. As the rangers settled in for another night of storytelling, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease washing over me. The memories of my own encounter with the mysterious distress calls were still fresh in my mind, haunting me like a waking nightmare. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the tale I was about to share. It was a night much like this one, I began, my voice low and steady. I was on a solo patrol, making my rounds through the deepest parts of the forest. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow across the landscape, and the only sound was the crunching of leaves beneath my feet. The rangers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. I could see the fear etched on their faces. But I knew that it was important for them to hear this story, to understand the true nature of the danger that lurked within the forest. Suddenly, my radio crackled to life, startling me out of my thoughts. At first, I couldn't make out the words, but as I adjusted the frequency, the voice became clearer. It was a child, a young girl, crying out for help. I paused, the memory of that moment sending a chill down my spine. The girl claimed to be lost and injured, stranded somewhere deep in the heart of the forest. She begged me to come and find her, to save her from the darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. The rangers exchanged nervous glances, the tension in the air palpable. I could see the questions burning in their eyes, but I pressed on, knowing that the most important part of the story was yet to come. Against my better judgment, I decided to respond. I knew the risks, but I couldn't ignore the plea of a child in need. I asked the girl for more information, trying to pinpoint her location, but her answers were vague and evasive. I shook my head, the foolishness of my actions still weighing heavily on my conscience. As I continued to communicate with the girl, I began to notice something strange. She seemed to have an uncanny knowledge of the forest, speaking of landmarks and trails that only a seasoned ranger would know. And then there were the personal details, things about my life that no child could possibly have known. The rangers sat in stunned silence, the weight of my words sinking in. I could see the realization dawning on their faces, the understanding that the voice on the radio was not what it seemed. Suddenly the girl's tone changed. Gone was the frightened, innocent child, replaced by a voice that was cold, mocking, and filled with malice. It taunted me, laughing at my gullibility, reveling in the fact that I had fallen so easily into its trap. I closed my eyes, the memory of that moment still fresh in my mind. I realized then that I had made a terrible mistake. The voice on the radio was not a child at all, but something far more sinister. A malevolent entity that had lured me in with false promises and deceived me with its lies. The Rangers sat in stunned silence, the gravity of the situation sinking in. I could see the fear in their eyes, the realization that they too could fall victim to the same trap if they weren't careful. I knew then that I was in trouble. The entity had me right where it wanted me, isolated and alone in the heart of the forest. I could feel its presence all around me, waiting to strike, to claim another victim for its twisted games. I paused, my heart racing at the memory of that moment, but I wasn't going to go down without a fight. I had faced horrors before, and I knew that the only way to survive was to outwit the entity at its own game. And so, with a deep breath and a silent prayer, I prepared to face the nightmare that awaited me. The Rangers sat in rapt attention, their faces etched with a mix of fear and anticipation. They knew that the story was far from over, that the true horror was yet to come. And that, my friends, is where the real battle began. A fight for survival against an enemy that knew no mercy, no compassion, and no remorse. But that's a tale for another time, one that I hope you'll never have to face yourselves. As the campfire crackled and popped, casting eerie shadows across the faces of the gathered Rangers, I knew it was time to bring my story to a close. The weight of the memories hung heavy on my shoulders, but I knew that sharing them was the only way to keep the others safe. The entity was closing in, its presence like a suffocating darkness that threatened to engulf me, I began, my voice low and steady. I could feel its malevolence, its hunger for my soul, and I knew that I had to act fast if I wanted to survive. The Rangers leaned forward, their eyes wide with fear and anticipation. They knew that this was the moment of truth, the point in the story where the hero either triumphed or fell. I ran, my heart pounding in my chest, my lungs burning with every breath. The forest seemed to come alive around me, the trees reaching out with grasping branches, the undergrowth tangling around my feet. But I couldn't stop, couldn't give in to the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. I paused, the memories of that night washing over me like a tidal wave. As I fled deeper into the forest, I stumbled upon a sight that would haunt me for the rest of my days. The remnants of the entity's previous victims, the Rangers and visitors who had fallen prey to its deception. Their bodies were twisted and broken, their faces forever frozen in expressions of terror and despair. The Rangers sat in stunned silence, the horror of my words sinking in. I could see the tears glistening in their eyes, the realization that they too could have suffered the same fate if they had answered the entity's call. But I couldn't let their sacrifice be in vain. I had to find a way to outsmart the entity, to turn its own tactics against it. And so, with a burst of desperate energy, I changed course, heading back towards the heart of the forest, back towards the source of the entity's power. I could see the confusion on the Rangers' faces, the question burning in their eyes. Why would I go back, when every instinct must have been screaming at me to run? I knew that the entity was a creature of deception, that it thrived on the fear and despair of its victims, and so I decided to use that against it. I began to project my own thoughts, my own fears, into the forest around me, creating a web of illusion and misdirection that would confuse and disorient the entity. The Rangers sat in rapt attention. For what felt like hours, I played a deadly game of cat and mouse with the entity, always staying one step ahead, always keeping it guessing. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I saw it. A glimmer of light in the distance, a sign that I was nearing the edge of the forest, that safety was within reach. I could feel the tension in the air, the Rangers holding their breath as they waited for the final showdown. With a last burst of energy, I broke through the tree line, stumbling into the open air beyond. The entity let out a howl of rage and frustration, but it was too late. I had escaped its grasp, had broken free from its web of lies and deceit. As I finished my story, The rangers sat in silence, the weight of my words sinking in. They knew that they had been given a gift, a glimpse into the true nature of the horrors that lurked within Whispering Pines. And that, my friends, is why we must always be vigilant, why we must never let our guard down. The forest is a place of beauty and wonder, but it is also a place of darkness and danger. It is up to us to keep the balance, to protect the innocent, and to stand against the forces that would seek to destroy us. With that, I stood up, my eyes scanning the faces of the rangers before me. I could see the determination in their eyes, the resolve to carry on the fight, to keep the light burning bright in the face of the darkness. Remember, always trust your instincts, never give in to fear, and most importantly, never, ever answer those calls. For in the end, it is only by standing together that we can hope to triumph over the evil that lurks within the shadows of Whispering Pines. Tonight, I want to tell you about Rule 3, I began, my voice low and steady. It's a story that still haunts me to this day, and one that I hope will serve as a warning to all of you as you begin your journeys as rangers in this unforgiving wilderness. I paused for a moment, letting the weight of my words sink in. The recruits leaned forward, their eyes wide and attentive, eager to hear the tale that would shape their understanding of the park and the dangers that lurked within its boundaries. It was about 5 years ago when I first stumbled upon the clearing, I continued, my gaze fixed on the dancing flames. I was out on a routine patrol, mapping out some of the lesser-known trails in the deeper parts of the forest. The day had been uneventful, and I was starting to think about heading back to the ranger station when I saw it. I could still picture the scene in my mind's eye, the way the trees seemed to part like a curtain, revealing a perfectly circular clearing bathed in an eerie, unnatural light. The grass was a sickly shade of yellow, and the trees that lined the perimeter were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching up toward the sky like clawed hands. At first, I thought it was just a natural anomaly, a quirk of the forest that had been shaped by wind and weather over the years. But as I stepped closer, I began to feel a sense of unease washing over me, like a cold hand gripping the back of my neck. I shivered involuntarily at the memory, and I could see the recruits doing the same, their faces pale in the flickering light of the fire. I should have turned back then, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. But something about the clearing drew me in, like a moth to a flame. I couldn't resist the urge to explore, to see what secrets it might hold. As I spoke, I could feel the tension in the air growing thicker, the recruits hanging on my every word. They knew, just as I did, that the story was about to take a darker turn. I stepped into the clearing, my boots sinking into the spongy, lifeless soil. The air was still and heavy, and the only sound was the crunch of my footsteps and the pounding of my own heart in my ears. And then I saw them. The symbols carved into the trunks of the dead trees, their lines jagged and crude, like they had been etched by a madman. I paused again, letting the image sink in. I could see the recruits' eyes widening in fear and fascination, their imaginations running wild with the possibilities of what those symbols might mean. I didn't recognize the language or the script, but I could feel the malevolence radiating from them, like a physical force pressing down on me. It was then that I knew I had stumbled upon something truly evil, a place that was cursed, haunted by a presence that defied explanation. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the next part of the story. Even now, years later, the memory of what happened next still made my blood run cold. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I heard a sound that made my heart stop in my chest. It was a scream. A high, piercing wail of agony and terror that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then another, and another, until the clearing was filled with a chorus of tormented voices, all crying out in unison. I could see the fear etched on the recruits' faces, their eyes wide and their mouths agape. They knew, just as I did, that the screams could only mean one thing, that the clearing was a trap, a hunting ground for something unspeakable. I knew I had to get out of there, to warn the others about what I had found. But as I turned to leave, I realized that I couldn't move, that my feet were rooted to the ground, held fast by an invisible force that seemed to be pulling me deeper into the clearing with every passing second. I paused, my voice trembling slightly as I remembered the terror of that moment, the feeling of being trapped, helpless in the face of an evil that I couldn't begin to comprehend. And that, my friends, is where the true horror of Rule 3 begins. For now, just remember, if you ever find yourself in a clearing like the one I described, with a perfect circle of dead trees and strange symbols carved into their trunks, don't linger. Don't try to explore or understand. Just turn around and run as fast as you can, and pray that you make it out alive. With that, I fell silent, my gaze fixed on the flickering flames of the campfire. I could feel the weight of the recruits' stares on me, their minds reeling with questions and fears. But I knew that the true horror of the story was yet to come, that the curse of the clearing was a secret that would haunt them, just as it haunted me, for the rest of their days. As the campfire crackled and popped, casting eerie shadows across the faces of the new rangers, I took a moment to gather my thoughts. The memory of that cursed clearing still haunted me, even after all these years, and I knew that the next part of the story would be even harder to tell. I stood there, frozen in place, as the screams of the damned echoed through the air. I began, my voice low and husky with emotion. I could feel the malevolence of the place seeping into my bones, like a poison that would never leave my system. And then I saw them, the remains of the poor souls who had stumbled into the clearing before me. I heard a gasp from one of the recruits, and I couldn't blame them. The sight that had greeted me in that clearing was one that would haunt me for the rest of my days. They were scattered around the perimeter of the circle, their bodies contorted into impossible positions, their faces frozen in expressions of pure terror. Some were missing limbs. Others had gaping wounds that seemed to have been inflicted by something with claws and teeth. And the worst part, the part that still keeps me up at night, was the look in their eyes, like they had seen something so horrifying, so utterly incomprehensible, that it had shattered their minds and left them as nothing more than empty husks. I paused, taking a deep breath to steady myself. I could feel the weight of the recruits' gazes on me, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. As I stood there, surrounded by the evidence of the clearing's curse, I felt a sudden surge of panic rising up inside of me. I knew I had to get out of there, to put as much distance between myself and that unholy place as possible. But the more I struggled, the more I felt myself being pulled deeper into the clearing, like a fly caught in a spider's web. I shuddered at the memory of that sensation, the feeling of being trapped, helpless in the face of an evil that I couldn't begin to understand. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, as the screams of the damned echoed around me. It could have been minutes or hours or even days. Time seemed to have no meaning in that place. All I knew was that I had to find a way out before I became just another victim of the clearing's curse. I could see the recruits leaning forward, their faces etched with a mixture of horror and anticipation. They knew, just as I did, that the story was about to reach its climax. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I remembered something that an old Native American shaman had told me years before. He had spoken of places like this, places where the veil between worlds was thin and where evil could seep through like a poison. And he had taught me a ritual, a way to ward off the darkness and break free from its grasp. I could see the flicker of hope in the recruit's eyes, the desperate desire to believe that there was a way out of the nightmare that I had described. With every ounce of strength I had left, I began to chant the words that the shaman had taught me, my voice growing louder and more powerful with each passing second. I could feel the energy of the clearing pushing back against me, trying to silence me, to drag me down into the depths of its curse. But I refused to give in. I poured every last bit of my will into the ritual, calling upon the powers of the earth and the sky to aid me in my fight. I paused, my voice trembling with the intensity of the memory. I could still feel the rush of power that had surged through me in that moment, the sense of something ancient and primal answering my call. And then, just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, I felt the curse begin to weaken. The screams of the damned faded away, replaced by a deafening silence that seemed to stretch on for an eternity. And then, like a rubber band snapping back into place, I felt myself being pulled out of the clearing, back into the world of the living. I took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I remembered the feeling of stumbling out of that cursed place, my legs shaking and my mind reeling with the horror of what I had witnessed. I ran then. Ran like I had never run before, my lungs burning and my muscles screaming with the effort. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station, until I was safe within the walls of civilization once more, and even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had barely escaped with my life, that the curse of the clearing would follow me, no matter how far I ran. I fell silent then, my gaze fixed on the flickering flames of the campfire. I could feel the weight of the recruits' stares on me, their minds reeling with questions and fears. But the story was not yet over, that there was one final chapter to be told, one that would reveal the true depths of the horror that lurked within the heart of Whispering Pines. The flames of the campfire dwindled, casting long shadows across the clearing. I could see the fear etched into the faces of the new rangers. They had listened intently to my tale, their eyes wide with horror and their minds reeling with the implications of what I had shared. But I knew that the final chapter of the story would be the hardest to hear, the part that would forever change the way they saw the world and their place within it. I stumbled back to the ranger station, my mind still reeling from the horrors I had witnessed in that cursed clearing. I began, my voice low and measured. I knew that I had to warn the others, to tell them about the danger that lurked in the heart of the forest. But as I opened my mouth to speak, I found that the words wouldn't come. That some part of me was still trapped in that clearing, still held fast by the curse that had nearly claimed my life. I could see the confusion on the faces of the recruits, the unspoken question hanging in the air between us. How had I managed to escape, to break free from the grip of the malevolent force that had held me captive? It was then that I realized the true nature of the ritual that the shaman had taught me, I continued, my voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't just a way to ward off evil, to protect myself from the darkness that threatened to consume me. It was a way to tap into the power of the forest itself, to draw upon the ancient magic that flowed through every tree and every blade of grass. With that knowledge, I returned to the clearing, armed with the tools and the knowledge I needed to face the curse head-on. I knew that I couldn't shy away from the darkness any longer, that I had to confront it, to understand it, if I ever hoped to truly be free. I stepped into the clearing once more, my senses heightened by the power that thrummed through my veins. I could feel the malevolence of the place pressing in on me from all sides, trying to crush me beneath the weight of its hatred. But this time, I was ready for it. I let the power of the ritual flow through me, casting a shield of light around my body and my mind. With every step I took, I could feel the curse weakening, its hold on me slipping away like water through my fingers. And as I reached the center of the clearing, I saw it, the source of the evil that had plagued this place for so long. I closed my eyes, the image of that final, horrifying sight still seared into my memory. It was a tree, a massive, gnarled oak that seemed to pulse with a sickly green light. Its trunk was twisted and deformed, its branches reaching up towards the sky like clawed hands. And in its center, carved into the very heart of the wood, was a symbol, the same jagged, crude lines that I had seen etched into the trees that lined the clearing. I knew then what I had to do. I had to destroy the tree, to cut out the heart of the curse and banish it from this world forever. And so, with a final, desperate cry, I raised my axe and brought it down upon the trunk of the oak, pouring every last ounce of my strength and my will into the blow. I could feel the tears streaming down my face as I remembered the moment of impact, the way the axe had sunk into the wood like a knife through butter, the way the entire clearing had seemed to shudder and convulse with the force of the blow. Just like that, it was over. The tree shattered into 1,000 pieces, the symbol at its heart crumbling into dust. The screams of the damned faded away, replaced by a silence that was almost deafening in its intensity. And I knew, in that moment, that the curse of the clearing had been broken, that the evil that had haunted this place for so long had been banished, never to return. I opened my eyes, my gaze sweeping over the faces of the recruits. I could see the awe and the reverence in their eyes, the understanding that they had just heard a tale that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. And that, my friends, is the story of Rule 3. The reason why we warn all those who enter Whispering Pines to stay away from the clearing with the perfect circle of dead trees. For even though the curse has been broken, the memory of what happened there will never fade. And the scars it left on this land, and on the souls of those who witnessed it, will never truly heal. I fell silent then, my tale at an end. I could feel the weight of the recruits' gazes upon me, the unspoken question hanging in the air between us. What now? How could they go on, knowing what they knew about the darkness that lurked in the heart of the forest? The campfire crackled, casting a warm glow on the faces of the new rangers gathered around me. They looked at me expectantly, eager to hear another tale from the depths of Whispering Pines. I settled onto my usual log, taking a moment to gather my thoughts before beginning. Tonight, I want to share with you the story behind Rule 4, I said, my voice low and somber. It's a tale that serves as a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk within these woods and the importance of staying vigilant at all times. The rangers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. I took a sip of my coffee, savoring the bitter warmth before continuing. It all began with a series of strange reports from visitors and rangers alike, I explained. They spoke of unsettling encounters with individuals who had pitch-black eyes and sinister smiles. At first, we dismissed them as mere hallucinations or exaggerations, but as the reports continued to pour in, we realized that something more sinister was at play. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in. The rangers exchanged uneasy glances, their faces flickering in the firelight. These entities, for that's what we came to call them, are not human, I continued. They possess the ability to manipulate and prey on the weak-minded, twisting their thoughts and emotions to their own dark purposes. And once they've set their sights on a victim, they will stop at nothing to claim them. I could see the fear in the rangers' eyes, the realization that the forest held dangers beyond their wildest imaginings. Rule 4 was established as a direct result of these encounters, I said, my voice firm and unwavering. It serves as a warning to all who enter Whispering Pines, a reminder to never let your guard down and to always be on the lookout for these malevolent beings. I shifted on the log, my gaze sweeping over the group of rangers hanging on my every word. I remember one particularly chilling incident involving a ranger named Sarah, I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. She was one of our best, a true guardian of the forest. But even she was not immune to the entity's influence. I closed my eyes for a moment, the memory of Sarah's haunted face flashing before me. It was just another day on patrol for Sarah, I continued, my voice heavy with emotion. She was walking the trails, keeping a watchful eye on the forest, when she stumbled upon a visitor with pitch-black eyes and a sinister smile. The entity was standing perfectly still, blocking her path, and Sarah immediately sensed that something was wrong. The rangers were silent, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. Sarah knew she should follow Rule 4, that she should slowly back away and report the incident to her supervisor, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. But as she looked into those pitch-black eyes, she felt herself being drawn in, like a moth to a flame. I could feel the tension in the air, the rangers hanging on my every word. The entity's smile widened, and it spoke to Sarah in a voice that was both seductive and terrifying. I continued, my own heart pounding at the memory. It promised her power, knowledge, and the fulfillment of her deepest desires. And despite her training, despite everything she knew about the dangers of the forest, Sarah found herself tempted by the entity's words. I looked up at the rangers, my eyes blazing with intensity. And that, my friends, is where Sarah's battle began. A battle not just for her life, but for her very soul. With that, I fell silent, the crackling of the campfire the only sound in the clearing. The rangers looked at each other, their faces pale and drawn. They knew that the story was far from over, and that the true test of their courage and resolve was yet to come. But for now, they could only sit and listen, their minds reeling with the implications of Rule 4 and the horrors that lurked within the shadows of whispering pines. As the flames of the campfire danced and flickered, casting eerie shadows across the faces of the rangers, I could see the unease and anticipation in their eyes. They were eager to hear the rest of Sarah's story, to learn the true extent of the horrors that lurked within whispering pines. Sarah found herself drawn into a mental battle with the entity, I continued, my voice low and steady. The creature's words echoed in her mind, promising her everything she had ever desired. Power, knowledge, the ability to shape the world to her will. It was a siren's call, a temptation that few could resist. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in. The rangers leaned forward, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. But Sarah was strong, I said, my voice filled with admiration. She had been trained to resist the manipulations of these creatures, to recognize the signs of their influence. And even as the entity's words whispered in her ear, she fought back with every ounce of her willpower. I could see the rangers nodding, their faces set with determination. They knew that they, too, would have to be strong if they ever hoped to survive an encounter with one of these malevolent beings. The entity, however, was relentless, I continued, my voice growing darker. It preyed upon Sarah's fears and insecurities, twisting her thoughts and emotions until she could barely tell what was real and what was illusion. It showed her visions of her deepest desires, tempting her with the promise of their fulfillment. I could feel the tension in the air, the rangers hanging on my every word. For what felt like an eternity, Sarah battled the entity within her own mind, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She clung to her training, to the knowledge that the creature's promises were nothing but lies. But with each passing moment, she could feel her resolve weakening, her will slowly bending to the entity's twisted desires. I closed my eyes for a moment, the memory of Sarah's struggle flashing before me. I could still see the haunted look in her eyes, the way her face had been etched with lines of pain and desperation. And then, just when all seemed lost, Sarah had a moment of clarity, I said, my voice ringing out in the stillness of the night. She realized that the entity's power lay in its ability to deceive, to manipulate the minds of its victims. And with that realization came a surge of strength, a renewed determination to break free from its grasp. The rangers were silent, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and dread. But even as Sarah fought back against the entity's influence, she could feel its hold on her tightening, I continued, my voice heavy with emotion. The longer she remained in its presence, the harder it became to resist its pull. She knew that she had to escape, had to flee before it was too late. I took a deep breath, preparing myself for the next part of the story. And so, with a final burst of willpower, Sarah wrenched herself free from the entity's grasp, I said, my voice filled with tension. She turned and ran, her heart pounding in her chest, her lungs burning with each ragged breath. She could feel the entity's fury, its rage at being denied its prize. But she didn't look back, didn't dare to slow down. I looked up at the Rangers, my eyes blazing with intensity. Sarah's escape was a narrow one. But it was a lesson that we all must learn. These entities are not to be trifled with, not to be underestimated. They will stop at nothing to claim their victims, to bend their minds to their will. The campfire had burned low, casting a dim, flickering light across the faces of the Rangers as they sat in silence, their minds still reeling from the tale of Sarah's harrowing encounter. I could see the questions in their eyes, the unspoken fears and doubts that lingered in the wake of my story. "Sarah ran," I continued, my voice barely above a whisper. "She ran like she had never run before, her lungs burning and her legs aching with each desperate stride. Behind her, she could feel the entity's presence, its fury and frustration at being denied its prize. But she didn't dare look back, didn't dare to slow down." I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in. The Rangers leaned forward, their eyes wide with anticipation. It was only when she stumbled back into the ranger station, her face pale and her body trembling with exhaustion, that Sarah finally allowed herself to collapse, I said, my voice heavy with emotion. She told her supervisor everything that had happened, every terrifying detail of her encounter with the entity. And that's when we knew that we had to take action. I could see the Rangers nodding, their faces grim with understanding. They knew that the dangers of Whispering Pines were not to be taken lightly, that every precaution had to be taken to ensure the safety of those who ventured into its depths. "We sent a team to investigate the area where Sarah had encountered the entity," I continued, my voice growing stronger. "They found no trace of the creature itself, but what they did find sent chills down their spines. Hidden deep in the woods, in a place that had been long forgotten, they discovered an ancient site where dark rituals had once been performed." I could feel the tension in the air, the Rangers hanging on my every word. "We realized then that the entities that lurked within Whispering Pines were not random apparitions or ghostly specters," I said, my voice filled with a quiet intensity. "They were the remnants of a long-forgotten cult, a group that had once practiced the darkest of arts in the heart of the forest. And now, their malevolent influence lingered on, preying upon the minds of the weak and the unwary." The Rangers were silent, their faces etched with a mixture of horror and fascination. They knew that the story of Sarah's encounter was more than just a cautionary tale. It was a warning, a reminder of the dangers that lurked within the shadows of the forest. But even as we unraveled the secrets of the cult and its dark legacy, we knew that we could never truly rid Whispering Pines of its malevolent influence, I continued, my voice growing softer. The best we could do was to arm ourselves with knowledge, to train our minds and our wills to resist the temptations of the entities that lurked within its depths. I looked up at the Rangers, my eyes blazing with intensity. "And that, my friends, is the true lesson of Rule 4, I said, my voice ringing out in the stillness of the night. "These entities prey upon the weak-willed, upon those who are easily swayed by their promises and their lies. But for those who are strong, for those who have the courage and the fortitude to resist their influence, there is always hope." The crackling of the campfire filled the air as I looked around at the faces of the new Rangers, their eyes wide with a mix of excitement and apprehension. They had heard the stories, the whispered tales of the horrors that lurked within the heart of Whispering Pines. But nothing could prepare them for the truth behind Rule 5. I leaned forward, my voice low and steady as I began to speak. "Listen closely. For the story I'm about to tell you is one that has haunted me for years. It's the reason behind Rule 5, the rule that warns us of the whispering woods and the voices that call our names." The Rangers exchanged uneasy glances, their bodies tensing as they sensed the gravity of my words. "The Whispering Woods are a place of great evil," I continued, my gaze distant as I recalled the eerie phenomenon that had plagued the forest for generations. It's said that the trees themselves are alive, imbued with the spirits of the damned, and when the wind blows just right, you can hear them calling out to you, whispering your name like a lover's caress. I could see the fear in their eyes, the realization that the forest held secrets far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. The whispers are a siren's call, a temptation that few can resist. They promise power, knowledge, and the fulfillment of your deepest desires. But to follow them is to invite madness and despair, to lose yourself in the labyrinthine depths of the forest, never to return. The air grew thick with tension as the rangers hung on my every word, their breaths held in anticipation of the horrors to come. I remember my own encounter with the Whispering Woods, back when I was just a rookie ranger, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I was on patrol, walking the trails at dusk when I first heard them. At first, I thought it was just the wind, playing tricks on my mind. But then I heard my name, spoken in a voice that was both familiar and utterly alien. I could feel the chill running down my spine, the primal terror that surged through my veins at the memory of that awful moment. I felt an overwhelming urge to follow the voice, to plunge deeper into the woods and discover the source of the whispers. It was like a physical force pulling me forward, drawing me into the darkness. And for a moment, I almost gave in. The rangers were silent, their faces pale and drawn as they listened to my tale. But then I remembered the words of the elder rangers, the ones who had taught me the ways of the forest. They had warned me of the Whispering Woods, of the voices that would try to lure me to my doom. And they had given me the tools to resist their temptation. I could see the glimmer of hope in their eyes, the desperate need for a way to fight back against the evil that lurked within the heart of the forest. I covered my ears, blocking out the insidious whispers, and I began to recite the Lord's Prayer. The words felt strange on my tongue, a relic of a faith I had long since abandoned. But as I spoke them, I could feel their power, a holy invocation that seemed to push back against the darkness that threatened to consume me. The rangers leaned forward, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe as they listened. And then, just as suddenly as they had begun, the whispers ceased. The force that had been pulling me forward vanished, and I was left standing alone in the silent woods, my heart pounding in my chest and my mind reeling with the horror of what I had just experienced. I looked out at the sea of faces around the campfire, my gaze heavy with the weight of the knowledge I carried. But my encounter was just the beginning, I said, my voice low and grim. For even as I made my way back to the safety of the ranger station, I knew that the Whispering Woods were far from done with me. And as I delved deeper into the dark history of Whispering Pines, I began to uncover a truth so terrifying, so utterly beyond human comprehension, that it shook me to my very core. The rangers leaned in closer, their faces etched with a mix of dread and morbid fascination. They knew that the true horror of Rule 5 was only just beginning to unfold, and that the worst was yet to come. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the tale that lay ahead. As the flames of the campfire danced and cast eerie shadows across the clearing, I could feel the weight of the rangers' gazes upon me. They were hanging on my every word, desperate to unravel the mystery of the Whispering Woods and the dark curse that haunted them. The story of the lost hikers is one that has become a cautionary tale among the rangers of Whispering Pines, I began, my voice low and somber. It's a reminder of the terrible fate that awaits those who succumb to the temptation of the whispers and the price that must be paid for defying the rules of the forest. I could see the fear in their eyes, the growing realization that the dangers of the Whispering Woods were all too real. It happened about a decade ago when a group of college friends decided to spend a weekend camping in the heart of the forest. They were young and carefree, eager for adventure and oblivious to the horrors that lurked in the shadows. I paused, my mind flashing back to the photos of the missing hikers that had been plastered across the ranger station for months after their disappearance. On their first night in the woods, one of the hikers reported hearing strange whispers coming from the trees. At first, the others dismissed it as the wind or the rustling of leaves. But as the night wore on, more and more of them began to hear the eerie voices calling their names. The rangers shifted uneasily, their eyes darting to the tree line as if expecting to hear the whispers themselves. Despite their growing unease, the hikers decided to investigate the source of the whispers. They believed that someone else might be lost in the woods, calling out for help. And so, they split up, each following the voice that called to them, drawn deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest. I could feel the chill in the air, the sense of impending doom that hung heavy over the campfire. As the hikers wandered further into the woods, the whispers grew louder and more insistent. Some reported seeing shadowy figures darting between the trees, beckoning them to follow. Others spoke of a strange mist that seemed to rise up from the ground, engulfing them in an otherworldly haze. The rangers were leaning forward now, their eyes wide with a mix of horror and morbid fascination. And then, one by one, the hikers began to disappear. Their friends would hear a scream in the distance, a cry for help that was abruptly cut off. And when they went to investigate, they would find nothing but an eerie silence and the faint echo of whispers on the wind. I could feel the weight of the story bearing down on me, the terrible knowledge of what had become of those poor, lost souls. By dawn, all of the hikers had vanished, swallowed up by the whispering woods without a trace. Search parties combed the forest for weeks, but no sign of them was ever found. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist, erased from the world by the dark power that lurked within the heart of Whispering Pines. The rangers were silent, their faces pale and drawn as they grappled with the enormity of the tale. The disappearance of the hikers sent shockwaves through the community, and the legend of the Whispering Woods began to grow. But even as the stories spread and the warnings were issued, there were still those who refused to heed the danger, who ventured into the forest seeking adventure or thrill, only to meet a similar fate. But the true horror of the lost hiker's tale goes far beyond their disappearance, I continued, my voice dropping to a whisper. For as I delved deeper into the history of Whispering Pines, I began to uncover a dark secret that had been buried for generations. A curse that lay at the very heart of the forest itself. The rangers leaned in closer, their breath held in anticipation of the revelation to come. And as I pieced together the fragments of the past, I began to realize that the Whispering Woods were far more than just a ghost story or a cautionary tale. They were a manifestation of an ancient evil, a malevolent force that had been preying on the innocent for centuries, luring them to their doom with the siren song of the whispers. I could feel the weight of the truth bearing down on me, the terrible knowledge that I had uncovered in my quest to understand the curse of Whispering Pines. But to truly grasp the enormity of the danger that we face, we must first delve into the dark history of the forest itself, and the curse that has haunted it since time immemorial. And that, my friends, is a story that will chill you to the very marrow of your bones. As the campfire burned low and the shadows grew long, I could feel the weight of the rangers' expectations bearing down upon me. They had heard the tales of the Whispering Woods and the lost hikers, but nothing could prepare them for the dark truth that lay at the heart of Whispering Pines. The curse of the Whispering Woods is a secret that has been buried for generations, I began, my voice low and grave. It's a story that few have heard, and even fewer have lived to tell. But if we are to have any hope of surviving the horrors that lurk within these cursed trees, we must first understand the evil that lies at their roots. Long ago, In a time before the rangers and the trails, there lived a powerful witch in the heart of the forest. She was a woman of great beauty and terrible cruelty, imbued with a dark magic that allowed her to bend the very fabric of reality to her will. The air grew still as I spoke, the only sound the crackling of the dying fire and the distant howl of a lone wolf. The witch used her powers to lure travelers into the woods, promising them their heart's desire if only they would follow her deeper into the trees. And many did, drawn by the siren song of her whispers, never to be seen again. I could feel the chill running down my spine, the primal terror that surged through my veins at the thought of the witch's dark magic. For years, the witch preyed upon the innocent, growing stronger with each soul she claimed. But eventually, her reign of terror came to an end, when a brave band of warriors and holy men ventured into the forest to confront her. The rangers leaned forward, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and fascination as they hung on my every word. The battle was long and bloody, but in the end, the warriors emerged victorious. They trapped the witch's soul within a sacred circle of trees, binding her spirit to the very forest she had once called home. And as she lay dying, the witch cursed the woods with her final breath, vowing that her whispers would echo through the trees for all eternity, luring the unwary to their doom. And so, the witch's curse has endured, a dark legacy that haunts the heart of Whispering Pines to this very day. Her whispers still call out to those who wander too close, promising power and knowledge and the fulfillment of their deepest desires. But to heed her call is to invite madness and despair, to lose oneself in the labyrinthine depths of the forest, never to return. The rangers were silent, their faces pale and drawn as they grappled with the enormity of the revelation. "But there is hope," I continued, my voice growing stronger with each word. "For just as the witch's curse has endured, so too has the power of the holy men who defeated her. They left behind a sacred invocation, a prayer that can shield the mind and the soul from the witch's dark magic. And that prayer, my friends, is the Lord's Prayer." I could see the glimmer of hope in their eyes, the desperate need for a way to fight back against the evil that lurked within the heart of the forest. When the whispers come, when you feel the pull of the witch's magic tugging at your mind and your soul, you must cover your ears and recite the Lord's Prayer with all the strength and conviction you can muster. Only then will you be able to resist her temptation, to break free from the curse that has claimed so many before you. The rangers nodded, their faces set with grim determination as they committed the prayer to memory. But even with the power of the Lord's Prayer at your side, the danger of the Whispering Woods is not to be underestimated, I warned, my voice growing somber once more. The curse is growing stronger with each passing year, and more travelers are falling victim to its lure. It falls to us, the rangers of Whispering Pines, to stand against the darkness, to protect the innocent, and to keep the curse at bay. I could see the weight of the responsibility settling upon their shoulders, the understanding that they were now a part of something much greater than themselves. And so, I charge you, the next generation of Whispering Pines Rangers, with upholding Rule 5 and guarding against the curse of the Whispering Woods. Never let your guard down. Never underestimate the power of the witch's magic. And never, ever give in to the temptation of her whispers. They knew that the road ahead would be long and perilous, that the curse of the Whispering Woods would test them in ways they had never been tested before. And as the last embers of the campfire faded into the night, I knew that the legacy of Whispering Pines would endure, that the light of hope and courage would continue to shine, no matter how deep the shadows grew. The flickering flames of the campfire cast eerie shadows across the faces of the new rangers as they gathered around me, their eyes wide with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. They had heard whispers of the dark secrets that lurked within the heart of whispering pines, but nothing could prepare them for the grim reality of the horrors that awaited them. I cleared my throat, my voice low and somber as I began to speak. Listen closely, for the tale I'm about to share with you is not for the faint of heart. It is a story of an unspeakable evil that stalks these woods, leaving a trail of blood and terror in its wake. The rangers leaned in closer, their breath held in anticipation as they hung on my every word. There is a phenomenon that occurs within the depths of whispering pines, I continued, my gaze distant and haunted. A trail of bloody footprints that appears on the paths leading deep into the forest. It is a sight that has chilled the blood of even the bravest among us. A macabre reminder of the darkness that dwells within these trees. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in, watching as a flicker of unease passed over the faces of the young rangers. Rule 6 exists for a reason, I said, my voice taking on a harsh edge. It is a warning, a reminder that to follow those bloody footprints is to invite death and despair. For those who are foolish enough to venture down that crimson path are never seen again. Their bodies never found. Their fates forever lost to the shadows. I could see the fear in their eyes now. The dawning realization that the dangers they faced were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. I learned this lesson the hard way, I continued, my voice barely above a whisper. It was early in my days as a ranger, a time when I was still young and foolish, full of a reckless curiosity that would nearly be my undoing. I had stumbled upon a set of bloody footprints while on patrol, a trail that led off the path and into the depths of the forest. My mind flashed back to that fateful day, the memory of those crimson stains still vivid and haunting, even after all these years. I should have turned back then, I admitted, my voice heavy with regret. I should have heeded the warnings that had been drilled into me, the lessons that had been passed down by those who came before. But some dark fascination took hold of me, a morbid desire to uncover the truth behind those bloody footprints, to see where they led and what horrors lay at their end. I could feel the tension in the air, the rangers hanging on my every word, their faces etched with a mix of horror and fascination. I stepped off the trail, my heart pounding in my chest as I began to follow the crimson path. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming overhead like silent sentinels, their branches reaching out to grasp and ensnare. With each step, I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down upon me, the sense of some malevolent presence watching from the shadows. I shuddered, the memory of that oppressive darkness still fresh in my mind, even after all these years. And then, just as I was about to take another step, I felt a hand grasp my shoulder, yanking me back from the edge of the abyss. I spun around, my heart in my throat, only to find myself face to face with a grizzled old ranger, his eyes blazing with a mix of anger and fear. I paused, letting the impact of that moment sink in, watching as the rangers exchanged uneasy glances. That ranger was Marcus, a veteran of the woods who had seen more horrors than any man should ever have to bear. And as he stared me down, his grip tight on my shoulder, I knew that I had just brushed up against something truly terrible. A darkness that threatened to consume me whole. I could see the unease on the faces of the young rangers, the growing realization that they had just stepped into a world far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. And that, my friends, is just the beginning of the grim tale that I have to share with you tonight. For the true horror of those bloody footprints lies not in the trail itself, but in the dark history that spawned it, and the terrible fate that awaits all those who dare to follow its crimson path. As I locked eyes with each of the rangers in turn, I could see the weight of my words settling over them like a shroud, the understanding that they had just taken their first steps into a nightmare from which there may be no waking. As the weight of my words hung heavy in the air, I could see the fear etched upon the faces of the young rangers, their minds reeling with the implications of the bloody trail and the dark secrets that lay at its end. But even as they grappled with the horror of my tale, I knew that they had only scratched the surface of the nightmare that awaited them in the depths of Whispering Pines. Marcus, the veteran ranger who had pulled me back from the brink of the abyss, was a man haunted by the horrors he had witnessed in these woods, I continued, my voice low and grim. As he led me away from the bloody trail, his grip still tight on my shoulder, I could see the weight of those horrors etched upon his weathered face, the scars of a lifetime spent battling the darkness that lurked within the heart of the forest. I paused, my gaze distant as I recalled the haunted look in Marcus's eyes, the unspoken terrors that seemed to cling to him like a second skin. When we were far enough away from the trail, Marcus turned to me, his voice harsh and urgent as he spoke. "You don't know what you were about to get yourself into, boy," he growled, his eyes blazing with a mix of anger and fear. "Those bloody footprints, they're not just some random occurrence, some twisted prank or sick joke. They're a warning, a sign of the evil that haunts these woods, the darkness that preys upon the unwary and the foolish." I could see the rangers leaning in closer, their eyes wide with a morbid fascination as they hung on Marcus's every word. Marcus spoke of a group of campers who had ventured into the woods years before, a group of young, carefree souls who had stumbled upon the bloody trail and made the fateful decision to follow it. "They were just like you," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of memory. "Young, curious, full of a reckless desire to uncover the truth behind the macabre scene that lay before them. But they had no idea what horrors awaited them at the end of that crimson path." I shuddered, the image of those doomed campers flashing before my eyes, their faces etched with a mixture of excitement and trepidation as they set off down the trail. Marcus described how the campers had followed the bloody footprints deeper and deeper into the woods, their flashlights bobbing in the darkness like errant fireflies. As the night wore on and the trail twisted and turned, they found themselves hopelessly lost, the bloody path leading them in circles, drawing them ever further into the heart of the forest. I could feel the tension in the air, the rangers holding their breath as they awaited the grim conclusion of Marcus's tale. And then, just as the campers were beginning to lose hope, just as they were starting to realize the terrible mistake they had made, the screams began. Marcus spoke of a sound that had haunted his dreams for years, a piercing, agonized wail that had echoed through the trees like the shrieks of the damned. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated terror, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it and chilled the blood in their veins. I could see the horror dawning on the faces of the rangers, their minds struggling to comprehend the awful fate that had befallen those unfortunate campers. Marcus and the other rangers had rushed to the scene, their hearts pounding with a sickening sense of dread as they followed the echoes of those terrible screams. But by the time they reached the spot where the campers had last been seen, it was too late. The clearing was empty, the ground churned up and soaked with blood, the air heavy with the coppery tang of death and the sickly sweet stench of decay. I paused, my throat tight with the memory of Marcus's haunted face, the anguish that had etched itself into every line and furrow of his weathered skin. And that, Marcus had said, his voice barely above a whisper, was the last anyone ever saw of those poor doomed souls. They vanished into the depths of Whispering Pines, their fates forever lost to the darkness that had claimed them, their bodies never found, their names added to the long list of those who had fallen victim to the forest's insatiable hunger. As I finished Marcus's grim tale, I could see the weight of it settling over the rangers like a shroud. their faces pale and drawn as they grappled with the enormity of the horror that lurked within the heart of the woods. But even as they struggled to come to terms with the awful truth of the bloody trail and the fate of the missing campers, I knew that the worst was yet to come. For there was one final chapter to my macabre tale, one last twist in the dark history of Whispering Pines that would shake them to their very core and leave them forever changed by the knowledge of the evil that dwelt within these cursed woods. For years, the disappearance of those unfortunate campers remained a mystery, a dark stain upon the history of Whispering Pines, I continued, my voice low and somber. Search parties combed the woods for days, weeks, even months, but no trace of them was ever found. It was as if they had simply vanished into the ether, their fates forever lost to the shadows that haunted these ancient trees. I paused, my gaze distant as I recalled the long, fruitless searches, the mounting despair and frustration that had gripped the ranger station as each lead turned up empty and each trail went cold. But then, on a day much like this one, when the sun hung low in the sky and the shadows grew long and deep, I made a discovery that would forever shatter any illusions I had about the nature of the evil that lurked within Whispering Pines. I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The rangers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with a morbid anticipation as they hung on my every word. I was on patrol, my mind heavy with the weight of the missing campers and the countless other mysteries that haunted these woods, when I stumbled upon a hidden grove deep within the forest. It was a place I had never seen before, a small, circular clearing ringed by ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and twisted like arthritic fingers grasping at the sky. I shuddered, the memory of that eerie grove still fresh in my mind. The unnatural stillness that had hung heavy in the air. The sense of something ancient and malevolent lurking just beyond the veil of perception. As I stepped into the clearing, my heart pounding with a nameless dread, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, piled in the center of the grove, was a mound of bones, picked clean and gleaming white in the dappled sunlight. And among those bones, scattered like macabre confetti, were the tattered remains of clothing and gear. The unmistakable detritus of human presence. I could hear the sharp intake of breath from the rangers, their faces pale and stricken as the realization of what I had found washed over them like a wave of icy water. In that moment, as I stood there staring at the grim remains of those long-lost campers, I understood the terrible truth of Whispering Pines. The bloody trail, the missing hikers, the countless disappearances over the years, they were all part of some dark, insatiable hunger that lurked within the heart of the forest, a malevolent force that preyed upon the unwary and the innocent, luring them to their doom with a siren's call of crimson footprints and whispered promises. My voice was shaking now, the weight of that awful revelation still heavy upon my soul, the memory of those gleaming bones forever seared into my mind's eye. And as I stood there in that eerie grove, the shadows lengthening around me and the air heavy with the stench of death and decay, I knew that I had stumbled upon a truth that few had ever survived to tell. Whispering Pines was more than just a forest. It was a living, breathing entity. A predator that hungered for human flesh and human suffering. A darkness that would never be satisfied until it had consumed every last one of us. And so I leave you with this final warning. A grim reminder of the terrible fate that awaits all those who dare to tread the bloody path, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Rule 6 exists for a reason. It is a bulwark against the darkness that hungers within these woods. a last line of defense against the evil that seeks to consume us all. Heed its warning, and never, ever follow the trail of blood. No matter how curious you may be, no matter how strong the temptation to uncover the truth behind its macabre mystery. As I finished my tale, the campfire had burned low, the flames flickering weakly against the gathering darkness. The rangers sat in stunned silence, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes haunted by the knowledge of the nightmare they had just been inducted into. And as I looked out into the sea of stricken faces, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of grim satisfaction, a sense that I had done my duty in preparing them for the horrors that awaited them in the depths of Whispering Pines. For only by confronting the darkness head-on, by staring unflinchingly into the abyss and acknowledging the evil that lurked within, could we hope to arm ourselves against it and emerge unscathed from its grasp. But even as I took solace in that small victory, I knew that the true horror of Whispering Pines was far from over. For the forest was a living, breathing thing, a predator that would never rest, never stop its relentless hunt for new victims to feed its insatiable hunger. The crackling campfire cast long, flickering shadows across the circle of new rangers. Their eyes, wide with a mix of excitement and apprehension, reflected the dancing flames. The night was thick with the scent of pine and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. I leaned forward, feeling the weight of the story I was about to share. "Listen closely," I began, my voice low and steady, "because what I'm about to tell you could save your life. Should you encounter a group of children playing in the woods at night, do not approach them. They are not children, but ancient spirits that take the form of innocence to trick unsuspecting victims." The new rangers exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard the tales, the whispered warnings passed down from seasoned rangers, but nothing could prepare them for the reality of Rule 7. "It was my 3rd year as a ranger," I continued, letting the memory wash over me. "I was patrolling the northern trails one night, under a full moon that lit up the forest like daylight. Everything was unusually quiet, the kind of quiet that sets your teeth on edge. That's when I saw them." I paused, watching as the rangers leaned in, their faces tense with anticipation. There were 6 or 7 of them, standing in a clearing. At first, I thought they were lost children. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothes, like something out of a history book. I called out to them, but they just stood there, staring at me with eyes that seemed far too old for their young faces. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I recounted the details. I approached cautiously, every instinct telling me something was off. The closer I got, the more I noticed. Their skin was too pale, almost translucent in the moonlight. Their eyes followed me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. And when they smiled, it was a smile that didn't belong on a child's face. One of the rangers, a young woman named Emily, shivered, glancing nervously at the dark woods surrounding us. "What did you do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I stopped in my tracks," I said, meeting her gaze. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. It was like they had some kind of hold on me. I tried to speak, to ask them who they were, but the words died in my throat. The campfire crackled, the only sound in the oppressive silence. Then, one of them stepped forward. A little girl, no more than 6 years old. She wore a white dress that looked like it belonged in a different century. She smiled at me, and it felt like ice water running through my veins. I could see the fear in the ranger's eyes, mirroring my own from that fateful night. She spoke, but it wasn't the voice of a child. It was ancient, echoing, as if it came from the depths of the forest itself. She said, "Come play with us, Jack. We've been waiting for you." The rangers gasped, and I nodded, feeling the weight of their horror. That's when I knew. These weren't children. They were something far older, far more dangerous. I took a step back, and the girl's smile widened. The others started to move towards me, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. I took a deep breath, the memory still vivid. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I could hear their laughter, high-pitched and mocking, echoing through the trees. It felt like hours before I reached the safety of the ranger station, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. The rangers were silent, their faces pale and tense. That night, I couldn't sleep. Their faces haunted my dreams, and the cold touch of their presence lingered. It took weeks before I could walk the trails at night without looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see those ghostly children following me. I looked around the circle, meeting each ranger's gaze. If you see them, do not approach. Do not speak to them. Turn around and walk away as quickly and calmly as you can. Keep your wits about you, and remember, they feed on fear and curiosity. They lure you in with the promise of innocence, but they are anything but. The fire had dwindled to a low glow, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. The new rangers sat in a tense silence, absorbing the tale I had just shared. I could see the questions in their eyes, the need for understanding. They deserved to know the full truth. I couldn't shake the encounter, I began, breaking the silence. Those children haunted my thoughts, their eerie smiles and ancient eyes. I needed to know more. So I started digging into the history of Whispering Pines. Emily leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. "What did you find?" she asked. I took a deep breath, recalling the long hours spent poring over old records and forgotten diaries. I found fragments of a story, pieces of a puzzle that painted a grim picture. Whispering Pines wasn't always a park. Long before rangers walked these trails, it was a place of dark rituals and ancient curses. The rangers exchanged uneasy glances, the flickering firelight casting their faces in stark relief. I came across an old journal, kept by a local historian in the late 1800s. He wrote of a powerful curse that had been placed on the forest centuries ago, a curse that still lingered. I paused, letting the gravity of my words sink in. The story begins with a woman named Eliza Whitmore. She was a healer, some said a witch, who lived on the outskirts of the forest. She was known for her beauty and her mysterious powers, but also for her cruelty. She used her magic to lure travelers into the woods, promising them their heart's desires if only they would follow her deeper into the trees. The rangers leaned closer, their faces etched with fascination and dread. Many did, I continued, drawn by her promises. None of them were ever seen again. Over time, the villagers grew wary and fearful. They whispered of dark rituals and sacrifices, of spirits bound to the forest by Eliza's dark magic. The villagers decided they had to put an end to her reign of terror. A group of brave men and women, armed with faith and determination, ventured into the woods to confront her. The battle that ensued was long and bloody, but eventually they overpowered her. As she lay dying, Eliza cursed the forest with her final breath, vowing that her spirit would haunt the woods for all eternity. I could see the horror in their eyes, the realization that the curse was far older and more malevolent than they had imagined. Eliza's curse bound her spirit to the forest, and over time, it twisted and grew, feeding on the fear and curiosity of those who entered. The children's spirits are a manifestation of her dark magic, taking the form of innocence to lure in the unsuspecting. The night air grew colder, a chill settling over the campfire. "But why children?" asked Mark, one of the newer rangers. "Why do they take that form?" I nodded, understanding his confusion. Children symbolize innocence and vulnerability. It's the ultimate disguise, one that plays on our most basic instincts to protect and help. By appearing as lost children, the spirits can easily lure their victims deeper into the woods, where they reveal their true, malevolent nature. Emily shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. What happens to those who follow them? I took a moment, recalling the grim tales I had uncovered. Those who follow the children are never seen again. The spirits feed on their fear and life force, trapping them in a nightmare from which there is no escape. The forest keeps their souls, adding to its collection of lost and tormented spirits. The rangers sat in stunned silence, the weight of the curse settling over them. "But there's more," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. I found records of search parties sent into the woods to find the missing. Some returned empty-handed, deeply traumatized by what they had encountered. Others simply vanished, swallowed by the forest's darkness. I could see the understanding dawning in their eyes, the realization of the full extent of the danger we faced. The legend of the Whispering Woods grew from these tales, each generation adding to the lore. But the core truth remains. The forest is cursed, and those spirits are real. I paused, letting the silence stretch out, the only sound the distant rustling of leaves in the night breeze. "We must respect the rules," I continued, my voice firm. "They are our only protection against the ancient evil that haunts these woods. Remember what you've heard tonight. Never let your guard down, and never, ever approach the children." Just as I was about to signal the end of our gathering, a faint, eerie sound reached our ears. It was distant, almost indistinguishable from the night sounds of the forest, but unmistakable to those who knew what to listen for. Children's laughter. The rangers stiffened, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and recognition. I stood up, every muscle tensing. "Did you hear that?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, my gaze fixed on the dark trees surrounding us. "It's them," I said, my voice grim. "The spirits." We extinguished the campfire, plunging the clearing into darkness, and set out away from the source of the laughter. The night seemed to grow colder, the air thick with an unnatural chill. The new rangers followed closely behind me, their faces pale and tense with anticipation. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the dense forest. The new rangers walked close together, their faces tense with the weight of the stories I had shared. I led the way, my senses alert to every rustle and whisper in the trees. Tonight, we would face the true test of our resolve. The forest was alive with the sounds of the night, crickets chirping, owls hooting, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Yet, beneath it all, there was an oppressive silence, a sense of something watching, waiting. As we ventured deeper into the woods, I could see the new rangers glancing nervously around, their breaths coming in quick, shallow gasps. "Stay close and keep your eyes open," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. "Remember what I told you. If you see the children, do not approach, turn around, and walk away." Emily nodded, her face pale but determined. Mark and the others followed suit, their expressions set with grim resolve. We continued walking, the forest growing darker and more foreboding with each step. It wasn't long before we saw them. A group of children, their laughter echoing eerily through the trees, appeared in a small clearing up ahead. They were playing a game, chasing each other around in circles, their giggles rising and falling like the wind. They looked just as I had described them. Old-fashioned clothes, too pale skin, eyes that gleamed with an unnatural light. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Remember the rule," I whispered urgently. "Do not approach them." One of the new rangers, a young man named Brian, took a hesitant step forward. "But they look so real," he muttered, his voice tinged with a mix of fear and disbelief. They're not, I snapped, grabbing his arm. They're ancient spirits. They will lure you in and you will never return. Brian nodded, his face blanching as he took a step back. The children turned to face us, their eyes locking onto ours. For a moment, the forest was deathly silent, the only sound the rapid beating of our hearts. The girl in the white dress stepped forward, her smile wide and unsettling. "Come play with us," she called, her voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. "We've been waiting for you." I felt the pull, the almost irresistible urge to step forward, to answer her call, but I knew better. "Turn around," I ordered, my voice firm. "We're leaving." As we turned to leave, the children's laughter grew louder, more insistent. "Don't go!" they cried, their voices taking on a desperate edge. "Stay with us! Play with us!" We quickened our pace, the sound of their laughter and pleas following us through the trees. The forest seemed to close in around us, the shadows growing darker and more oppressive. I could feel the spirit's presence, a cold, malevolent force pressing down on us. "Keep moving," I urged, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. "Don't listen to them." We broke into a run, the forest a blur around us as we raced back toward the safety of the ranger station. The children's voices echoed in our ears, a haunting symphony of lost innocence and malevolence. I could feel their eyes on us, watching, waiting for us to falter. Finally, we burst out of the trees and into the clearing around the ranger station. We stumbled to a halt, gasping for breath, our hearts pounding in our chests. The children's laughter faded into the distance, leaving behind an eerie silence. We stood there for a moment, the weight of what we had just experienced settling over us. The new rangers were pale and shaken, their eyes wide with the horror of the encounter. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my own nerves. "Now you understand," I said quietly. "The children are not what they seem. They are ancient spirits, bound to the forest by a dark curse. You must always be vigilant, always respect the rules." Emily nodded, her face pale but resolute. "We will," she said, her voice firm. "We won't let our guard down." The others murmured their agreement, their expressions set with grim determination. We had survived the encounter, but the memory of those malevolent spirits would haunt us all. As we turned to head inside, I glanced back at the dark forest, my heart heavy with the knowledge of the ancient curse that lay within. The children would be waiting, their laughter echoing through the trees, always watching, always waiting for the next unsuspecting victim to fall into their trap. We walked into the ranger station, the door closing behind us with a heavy thud. The forest outside seemed to breathe, the shadows lengthening as the night wore on, and in the distance, faint and haunting, I could still hear the children's laughter, a chilling reminder of the malevolent spirits that lurked within the heart of whispering pines. The campfire crackled and hissed, sending occasional sparks into the dark, foreboding night. The new rangers, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames, sat in a circle, eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The thick canopy of whispering pines loomed overhead, casting deep shadows that seemed to shift and twist with every flicker of the fire. I leaned forward, feeling the weight of the story I was about to tell. "Listen closely," I began, my voice low and steady, cutting through the night air. "Because what I'm about to tell you could save your life. If you see a figure standing motionless in the distance, watching you from afar, do not attempt to confront them. They are the guardians of the forest's darkest secrets, and they will stop at nothing to protect them." It was a foggy night, I started, feeling a chill run down my spine as the memory resurfaced. My 3rd year as a ranger. I was on a routine patrol, deep into the northern trails of Whispering Pines. The fog was thick, rolling through the trees like a living, breathing entity. The kind of fog that muffles sound and makes the world around you feel distant and surreal. I remember the silence most of all, I continued. The eerie, unnatural silence that settled over the forest. No crickets, no owls, not even the rustle of leaves. Just the sound of my own footsteps crunching on the underbrush and my breathing, loud in my ears. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then I saw it, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. A shadowy figure, standing motionless in the distance. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the fog, an illusion created by the interplay of shadows and light. But as I got closer, I realized it was something else entirely. The figure was tall, shrouded in darkness, standing perfectly still among the trees, I described, my voice steady, but filled with the weight of the memory. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. I couldn't make out any features, but I could feel its gaze, cold and penetrating, like it was looking straight into my soul. At first, I thought it might be a lost hiker or another ranger, but something about it felt off. The closer I got, the stronger the feeling of dread grew. It was like the air itself was thickening, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. And then I heard it. The whispers. The whispers were faint at first, I continued, my voice dropping lower. But they grew louder the closer I got. It was a chorus of voices, overlapping and indistinguishable, filling my mind with a sense of impending doom. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was clear. Warning. Threatening. I leaned closer to the fire, the flames casting eerie shadows on my face. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run. But I was curious, foolishly brave. I took another step forward, and that's when I saw its eyes. They were glowing, an unnatural, piercing light cutting through the fog. I said, my voice trembling slightly at the memory. Those eyes. They weren't human. They were ancient, filled with a knowledge and power that was beyond comprehension. And in that moment, I knew. I was looking at something far older and far more dangerous than any human could imagine. I stopped in my tracks, frozen with fear. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening, and the air grew so cold I could see my breath. I couldn't move, couldn't think. I was trapped, caught in the gaze of this guardian of the forest's darkest secrets. And then, as suddenly as it began, it ended, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure turned and melted into the fog, the whispers fading with it. The air grew warmer, and I could move again. I didn't hesitate. I turned and ran as fast as I could back to the ranger station. That night, I learned the true meaning of Rule 8, I continued, my voice firm. The guardians are real, and they are relentless in their duty to protect the forest's secrets. They will stop at nothing to fulfill their purpose. If you see them, do not approach. Turn around and walk away. Your life may depend on it. The fire crackled and hissed, casting long, dancing shadows as the new rangers sat in solemn silence, the weight of my words settling over them. They understood now. The true nature of the forest's guardians and the dark secrets they protected. The presence of these ancient entities was a constant, looming threat in the heart of Whispering Pines. A reminder of the dangers that lay hidden in the shadows. The night was deepening, the dense canopy of Whispering Pines creating an almost oppressive darkness around us. I could see the fear and curiosity in their eyes as they absorbed the tale of my encounter with the Guardian. They deserved to know the full extent of the danger they faced, so I took a deep breath and began another story. I want to tell you about Daniel, I said, my voice heavy with the weight of the tale. He was a young, adventurous hiker who came to Whispering Pines a few years ago, full of life, eager to explore, but ultimately unaware of the perils that lurked in these woods. Daniel was always pushing boundaries, looking for new trails to conquer. One foggy morning, he decided to venture deep into the forest, eager to chart new paths. He set out alone, against the advice of more experienced hikers and rangers. He hiked for hours, enjoying the solitude and the challenge. But as the day wore on, the forest grew darker, the fog thicker. It was late afternoon when he first saw it. A figure standing motionless in the distance, partially obscured by the trees and fog. Daniel thought it was another hiker at first, someone who might be lost or in need of help. He called out, but the figure didn't respond. It just stood there, watching. Intrigued and a bit concerned, Daniel decided to investigate. He moved closer, calling out again, but still the figure remained silent and unmoving. As he approached, the air grew colder, and an unsettling silence fell over the forest. The birds stopped singing. The wind died down. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. And then he saw them, the eyes, glowing faintly in the dim light, fixed on him with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. Daniel's journal, which we found later, described his mounting sense of dread. He wrote about the whispers that began to fill his mind. Unintelligible, but filled with warning and malice. He knew something was terribly wrong, but his curiosity got the better of him. He took another step forward. The figure remained still, its gaze unbroken. Daniel described how the air around him grew so cold he could see his breath, and the whispers became almost deafening. He felt a crushing sense of fear and an overwhelming urge to run, but he was frozen in place, trapped by those piercing eyes. Then, in an instant, everything changed. The figure moved, just a slight shift, but enough to break the spell. Daniel turned and ran, but the forest seemed to conspire against him. The fog thickened, the underbrush tangled his feet, and the whispers followed him, growing louder and more insistent. Daniel's journal entries became frantic, describing his desperate flight through the forest. He wrote about feeling pursued, about the oppressive darkness closing in around him. And then, the entries stopped. His last words were barely legible, written in a shaky hand. They're here. Watching. Always watching. We searched for weeks, I continued, my voice low and somber. We found no trace of him, no signs of struggle or a trail to follow. It was as if he had simply vanished, swallowed by the forest. But we found his journal, partially buried near where he had last been seen. It told the story of his final moments, a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurk in whispering pines. Daniel's disappearance was a wake-up call for all of us, I said, my voice firm. The guardians of this forest are real, and they are relentless. They protect the secrets of whispering pines with a fierce determination, and they will stop at nothing to ensure those secrets remain hidden. The fire crackled and hissed, the night growing colder around us. The rangers understood now the true nature of the forest's guardians and the importance of following the rules. The presence of these ancient entities was a constant, looming threat in the heart of Whispering Pines. A reminder of the darkness that lay hidden within its depths. Daniel's disappearance shook us all, I began, breaking the silence. It was a stark reminder that the rules we follow aren't just guidelines. They're lifelines. The guardians of this forest are relentless, and they protect its secrets with an unwavering resolve. In the weeks that followed Daniel's disappearance, we intensified our patrols, hoping to find any clue about what happened to him. But the forest kept its secrets well. The only evidence we had was his journal, a chilling testament to his final moments. Emily, one of the newer rangers, looked up, her face pale but resolute. Why do they protect the forest's secrets so fiercely? she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, understanding her need for clarity. The guardians are ancient spirits, bound to the forest by a powerful force. Their sole purpose is to ensure that the dark secrets of Whispering Pines remain hidden. Over time, they've become more than just protectors. They're enforcers. And they will stop at nothing to fulfill their duty. I leaned forward, the firelight casting deep shadows on my face. There's a reason why the forest is so feared. Whispering Pines holds mysteries that are best left undisturbed. The Guardians know this, and they act without mercy to ensure that no one uncovers the truth. Mark, another ranger, shifted uneasily. But what kind of secrets are we talking about? He asked, his curiosity tempered by fear. Ancient rituals, dark magic, and the remnants of a past that should never be resurrected, I replied. Whispering Pines has a history steeped in mystery and darkness. Those who came before us left behind powerful forces, and the Guardians are bound to keep them in check. The Guardians aren't just a story to scare newcomers, I continued. They're real, and they're dangerous. If you ever see one, you must remember Rule 8. Do not approach. Do not confront. Turn around and leave immediately. Your survival depends on it. I've seen firsthand what happens when the rules are ignored, I said, my voice grim. Daniel's story is a tragic reminder of the cost of curiosity. The Guardians are unforgiving, and they will do whatever it takes to protect the forest's secrets. As Rangers of Whispering Pines, it's our duty to protect this place and its visitors, I said, my voice filled with conviction. But it's also our duty to respect the forces that dwell here. The Guardians are a part of this forest, and we must never underestimate their power. We are the protectors of this forest, I concluded, but we must also respect the protectors who came before us. Follow the rules, stay vigilant, and never forget the dangers that lurk in the shadows of Whispering Pines. The fire crackled softly, casting long shadows as the new rangers sat in quiet reflection. The night was filled with the whispers of the wind and the ever-present sense of being watched. They knew now that the forest held secrets best left undisturbed, and that the Guardians would always be there, watching, waiting, and protecting the heart of Whispering Pines. The fire crackled, sending tendrils of smoke spiraling into the night sky. The new rangers sat around the campfire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, eyes wide with a mixture of anticipation and fear. The night air was cool, filled with the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. I leaned forward, my voice low and steady as I began to speak. Tonight, I need to tell you about Rule 9, I said, the gravity of my words hanging in the air. If you hear the sound of a woman singing a lullaby deep within the woods, cover your ears and flee the area immediately. Her melody is a curse that will trap your soul in the forest forever. It was a still, moonlit night, I began, my mind drifting back to that unforgettable evening. I was on patrol, making my way through the dense underbrush of Whispering Pines. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the forest, creating long, eerie shadows. I paused, letting the memory wash over me. The forest had been unusually quiet that night, the kind of silence that makes you feel like the world is holding its breath. As I walked, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, I heard it, a faint, melodic sound drifting through the trees. It started as a whisper, I continued, my voice barely above a murmur. A soft, soothing melody that seemed to float on the air. At first, I thought it might be the wind. But as I listened, I realized it was a woman singing a lullaby. I was curious, of course, I said, recalling my initial reaction. Who would be singing a lullaby in the middle of the forest at this hour? I thought it might be someone in trouble, maybe a lost camper or hiker. So, I decided to investigate. As I made my way toward the source of the melody, the forest seemed to change around me. The rustling of leaves grew quieter, the distant calls of animals faded away, leaving only the haunting song. The deeper I ventured, the more enchanting the melody became, each note weaving a spell that beckoned me closer. The singing was beautiful, almost hypnotic, I explained, my voice tinged with the memory of that enchanting sound. It wrapped around me, making it hard to think of anything else. I felt drawn to it, like a moth to a flame. As I moved deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled over me, I continued. The song seemed to seep into my bones, filling my mind with a strange, compelling desire to find the source. I felt an overwhelming urge to follow it, to uncover the mystery of the singing woman. I paused, taking a deep breath as I remembered the moment when everything changed. That's when I remembered the warnings, I said, my voice growing firmer. The elder rangers had told me about the lullaby, about the curse that comes with it. I realized then that I was in grave danger. The song was not a call for help, but a trap. I knew I had to get out of there, I said, my voice trembling slightly. But the melody was so powerful, so alluring. It took every ounce of willpower I had to tear myself away. I covered my ears with my hands, trying to block out the sound. And I ran. I could feel the chill in the air, the memory of that desperate flight still fresh in my mind. The forest seemed to close in around me, I continued. The trees loomed tall and dark, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The melody chased me, growing fainter but never quite disappearing. I stumbled and fell more than once, but I kept running, driven by a primal fear. Finally, I reached the edge of the forest, the safety of the ranger station in sight. I burst through the door, breathless and shaking, the haunting melody still echoing in my ears. That night, I learned the true meaning of Rule 9, I said, looking each of the rangers in the eye. The lullaby is a curse, a deadly enchantment that will trap your soul in the forest forever. If you ever hear it, you must cover your ears and flee. Do not hesitate. Your life and your soul depend on it. As the firelight flickered and the shadows danced, I knew they had grasped the gravity of my words. The forest held many dangers, but none as insidious and irresistible as the haunting melody of the lullaby. The fire crackled softly, casting long shadows that seemed to dance around us. The new rangers sat in a tense silence, their faces pale with the weight of my story about the lullaby. I knew they needed to understand just how real and dangerous the threat was, so I began another tale, one that would drive the lesson home. There was a camper named Sarah, I began, my voice steady and somber. She came to Whispering Pines a few years ago, eager to immerse herself in nature. Sarah was a seasoned camper, full of enthusiasm and confidence, but she had no idea what awaited her in these woods. Sarah set up her camp deep in the forest, far from the usual trails. She wanted to experience the wilderness, to be alone with her thoughts and the beauty of nature. The first couple of days were uneventful. She hiked, cooked over a campfire, and enjoyed the solitude. I paused, letting the image of Sarah's serene campsite settle in their minds. Then, one evening, as she sat by her campfire, she heard it. A faint, melodic sound drifting through the trees, I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. At first, she thought it might be another camper, or perhaps a local singing in the distance. The melody was soft and soothing, a lullaby that seemed to float on the night air. Emily, one of the new rangers, leaned forward, her eyes wide with apprehension. "What did she do?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Sarah decided to investigate, I replied, my tone grave. She was curious, and the song was so beautiful, so enchanting. She thought she might find someone in need of help, or perhaps just share a moment of connection with another soul in the wilderness. As Sarah ventured away from her camp, the melody grew clearer, more captivating. The forest around her seemed to change, the usual sounds of the night fading away, replaced by the haunting lullaby. She followed the sound, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the forest. The song led her through dense underbrush and between towering trees. The deeper she went, the stronger the pull of the melody. She felt an inexplicable urge to find the source, to uncover the mystery of the singing woman. As Sarah moved deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, and an eerie silence fell over the trees. The lullaby seemed to wrap around her, filling her mind with a strange, dreamlike state. She wrote about it in her journal later, how she felt both frightened and irresistibly drawn to the song. Sarah continued to follow the melody, her steps becoming more mechanical, almost trance-like. She described the feeling in her journal, the overwhelming need to find the singer, even as a small part of her mind screamed for her to turn back. I paused, letting the tension build. Then, something changed. The melody became sharper, more insistent. Sarah realized she was lost. The forest around her had transformed into a maze of shadows and darkness, and she couldn't find her way back. Panic set in, but the song kept pulling her forward. Sarah's journal entries became increasingly frantic. She wrote about the growing fear, the sense of being watched. The lullaby had turned into a sinister presence, guiding her deeper into the forest's grasp. I took a deep breath, the memory of Sarah's fate heavy in my mind. Her final entries were fragmented, almost incoherent, I said quietly. She described seeing a figure in the distance, a woman shrouded in darkness, singing the lullaby. Sarah tried to call out, but her voice was lost in the melody. She wrote about feeling her soul being pulled away, trapped by the song. That was the last we heard from Sarah. When we found her campsite, it was as if she had vanished into thin air. Her journal was the only clue, a chilling testament to the power of the lullaby. The fire burned low, casting long, flickering shadows across the faces of the new rangers. They sat in tense silence, the weight of Sarah's tragic fate hanging heavy in the air. I could see the fear and determination in their eyes as they absorbed the stories I had shared. But there was one final piece they needed to hear, a story that underscored the importance of Rule 9 and the relentless danger that lurked within Whispering Pines. Sarah's disappearance was a turning point for us, I began, my voice steady and somber. It reminded us that the rules we follow aren't just for our safety. They're a matter of life and death. The forest has many secrets, and the lullaby is one of its deadliest. The rangers exchanged uneasy glances, the firelight casting their faces in a ghostly glow. After Sarah vanished, we organized search parties. We combed the forest, hoping against hope to find her. But Whispering Pines is vast and treacherous, and it has a way of hiding its secrets well. The only clue we had was her journal, and even that offered little comfort. I paused, letting the gravity of the situation sink in. The forest was silent around us, the only sound the soft crackling of the fire. We never found Sarah, but we did find something else. Evidence that the lullaby was not just a single isolated incident. Others had heard it too, and those who did were never the same. There was a young couple hiking through the woods. They had come to Whispering Pines for a weekend getaway, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of city life. On their second night, they heard it, the same haunting melody drifting through the trees. The woman, convinced it was a child or someone in need, wanted to investigate, but her partner remembered the warnings. He knew the stories, knew the danger. He tried to stop her, but the melody was too strong, too alluring. She ventured into the forest, her partner following closely behind, trying to pull her back. The fire flickered, the shadows growing darker around us. They followed the song deeper into the woods. The forest grew darker, the air colder. The melody seemed to wrap around them, pulling them deeper into the heart of whispering pines. The man described feeling a sense of dread, a weight pressing down on his soul. I paused, the memory of the man's frantic account vivid in my mind. They found themselves at the edge of a clearing. In the center stood a woman, her back to them, singing the lullaby. The woman in the couple reached out, as if in a trance, but her partner pulled her back, covering her ears and his own. He forced her to run, to flee the cursed melody. They escaped, barely, but the woman was never the same. She spoke of the song, of the woman in the clearing, and the sense that a part of her had been left behind. Her partner described how she would sometimes hum the melody in her sleep, her eyes vacant and distant. The lullaby is a curse. It preys on your curiosity, your sense of compassion. But it is deadly. If you hear it, you must cover your ears and flee. Do not hesitate. Do not look back. The forest is unforgiving, and it will claim your soul if you let it. Remember the stories I've told you. They are not just warnings. They are the experiences of those who came before you. Respect the rules, and you might just survive the horrors of whispering pines. The firelight flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced around us. The forest was silent, as if holding its breath, the weight of the tales settling heavily over the camp. As the fire burned down to embers, a distant, haunting melody seemed to drift through the trees, barely audible but unmistakable. The rangers stiffened, their eyes wide with fear. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. "Cover your ears," I whispered urgently, "and let's get out of here." We hurriedly extinguished the fire, the eerie melody growing faint but ever present, a chilling reminder of the curse that lingered in the heart of whispering pines. As we made our way back to the ranger station, the melody faded into the night, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. The forest watched, waiting, its dark secrets hidden deep within its ancient shadows. And somewhere in the depths of whispering pines, the lullaby continued, a haunting promise that the forest's dangers were never far away. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows around the circle of new rangers. The night air was cool, filled with the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. The faces of the new recruits reflected a mix of anticipation and unease, their wide eyes fixed on me. I leaned forward, the flickering flames casting eerie shadows across my face. "Tonight, we need to discuss Rule 10, I began, my voice low and steady. Should you find a lone teddy bear sitting in the middle of a trail, do not touch it. It is said to be possessed by the spirit of a child who met a gruesome end in this forest, and those who disturb it will suffer the same fate." It was a crisp autumn day, I started, my mind drifting back to that unforgettable patrol. I was making my way through the heart of whispering pines. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, golden leaves, a clear blue sky, and the earthy scent of the woods. Everything seemed normal until I stumbled upon it. I paused, letting the tension build. There, right in the middle of the trail, was a teddy bear, I continued, my voice dropping to a whisper. It was sitting upright, as if placed there deliberately. Its fur was worn, its button eyes staring blankly ahead. There was something unsettling about it, something that sent a shiver down my spine. I approached cautiously, my curiosity battling with a growing sense of dread, I said. The bear looked old, its seams frayed, and it had an air of abandonment. But it also felt wrong. as if it didn't belong there. I remembered the warnings from the elder rangers, the stories they told about the cursed teddy bear. I took a deep breath, the memory of that day still vivid. Years ago, a young child had gone missing in this very forest, I explained. The search went on for weeks, but the child was never found. Eventually, the searchers came across a teddy bear, much like the one I saw. The legend says that the child's spirit became bound to the bear, forever cursed to haunt the trails of whispering pines. I could feel the weight of the legend pressing down on me, I continued. Every instinct screamed at me to leave it alone, but a part of me wanted to pick it up, to examine it closer. That's when I felt it. The air around me grew colder, the forest fell silent, and I had the distinct feeling that I was being watched. I leaned forward, my voice tense. I knew I had to get out of there. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the bear, and then I turned and walked away as fast as I could without running. The sense of unease followed me all the way back to the ranger station. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something terrible, I said, my voice trembling slightly. I realized then the true danger of the teddy bear. It's not just a toy, it's a trap. A cursed object that lures the curious and the unwary to their doom. Remember Rule 10, I said firmly. If you ever come across a lone teddy bear on the trail, do not touch it. Turn around and leave immediately. Your life depends on it. The fire crackled softly, the night growing darker around us. The rangers nodded solemnly, their expressions resolute. They understood now the deadly nature of the cursed teddy bear and the importance of following the rules. The fire crackled softly, the shadows it cast growing longer and darker. The new rangers sat in a tense silence, the story of the cursed teddy bear still fresh in their minds. I could see the fear and determination in their eyes as they absorbed the gravity of Rule 10. But they needed to understand just how real and dangerous the threat was. So I began another tale, one that would drive the lesson home. Let me tell you about Mark, I began, my voice steady and somber. He was a fellow ranger, one of the best we had. Always pushing boundaries, never one to believe in superstitions. He thought the legends were just stories to scare new recruits. But he learned the hard way just how real they were. Mark was on patrol one summer afternoon. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves. He was following a trail deep into whispering pines when he saw it. A lone teddy bear, sitting upright in the middle of the path. I paused, letting the image settle in their minds. Unlike me, Mark didn't hesitate. He walked right up to the bear, picked it up, and examined it. He thought it was just a lost toy, maybe dropped by a careless camper. But the moment he touched it, everything changed. Mark described feeling an immediate chill. The air around him grew cold, and the forest fell eerily silent. He felt a sense of dread wash over him, but he brushed it off, convinced it was just his imagination. I took a deep breath, the memory of Mark's fate still vivid in my mind. Over the next few days, Mark began to experience strange and unsettling events. He heard whispers in the night, saw shadows moving at the edge of his vision, and had vivid nightmares of a young child calling out to him. He tried to ignore it, to rationalize it, but the occurrences only grew more frequent and more disturbing. Mark wrote about it in his journal. He described how he felt watched, how the shadows seemed to follow him, and how the whispers grew louder, turning into cries and then screams. He started to lose sleep, his health deteriorated, and his mind began to unravel. I paused, letting the tension build. Then, one night, Mark disappeared. He was on a night patrol, and he never returned. We searched for days, But all we found were his belongings scattered around the spot where he had first found the teddy bear. There was no sign of a struggle, no tracks leading away, just the eerie silence of the forest. The fire crackled loudly, the sound startling the rangers. Mark's disappearance shook us all. It was a grim reminder that the legends were true, that the cursed teddy bear was real, and that it held a deadly power over those who disturbed it. Remember Rule 10. If you ever come across a lone teddy bear on the trail, do not touch it. Turn around and leave immediately. Your life depends on it. The fire burned low, casting long, eerie shadows that danced around us. The new rangers sat in tense silence, their faces illuminated by the dim glow. They had heard the stories of the cursed teddy bear, but there was one final tale they needed to hear. One that would solidify their understanding and respect for Rule 10. Mark's disappearance hit us all hard. It wasn't just about losing a colleague. It was the realization that the legends were far more real and dangerous than any of us had ever imagined. The rangers exchanged uneasy glances, the firelight flickering in their wide eyes. After Mark vanished, we organized extensive search parties. We combed every inch of the forest, hoping against hope to find some trace of him. But Whispering Pines is vast and unforgiving, and it seemed determined to keep its secrets. During one of those searches, we found Mark's journal. It was hidden under a pile of leaves, almost as if someone, or something, had placed it there for us to find. The entries were frantic, disjointed, but they gave us a glimpse into the nightmare he experienced after touching the teddy bear. Mark wrote about the whispers. They started as faint murmurs, just at the edge of his hearing. But as the days went on, they grew louder and more insistent. He described hearing a child's voice, pleading, crying, and then screaming. It was as if the spirit of the child was reaching out to him, dragging him deeper into the curse. His last entries were the most chilling. Mark wrote about seeing a shadowy figure, a small child, following him wherever he went. He felt a constant, oppressive presence, as if the spirit was always watching, always waiting. His final entry was barely legible, written in a shaky hand. "It's coming for me. I can't escape." We never found Mark, but his journal was a grim reminder of the deadly power of the cursed teddy bear. It wasn't just a toy. It was a trap, a vessel for a restless spirit seeking revenge. After Mark's disappearance, the entire ranger team became more vigilant. We realized that the legends of Whispering Pines were not just stories. They were warnings. And those warnings had to be heeded if we were to survive the dangers lurking in the forest. We documented everything we knew about the cursed teddy bear. We spread the word, made sure every ranger understood the importance of Rule 10, and we made a promise to ourselves and to those who had vanished. We would never let curiosity or skepticism put us in harm's way again. Remember the stories I've told you tonight. They are not just tales to scare you. They are the experiences of those who came before you. Respect the rules, stay vigilant, and never underestimate the dangers that lurk in Whispering Pines. The firelight flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced around us. The forest was silent, as if holding its breath, the weight of the tales settling heavily over the camp. As the fire burned down to embers, an unsettling stillness settled over the group. The night was filled with the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the ever-present sense of being watched. The rangers knew now that the forest held secrets best left undisturbed, and that the cursed teddy bear was one of its most insidious traps. The fire crackled softly, the shadows growing darker. The rangers sat in silence, their minds filled with the haunting stories of Whispering Pines. The forest watched, waiting, its dark secrets hidden deep within its ancient shadows. And somewhere in the depths of Whispering Pines, a lone teddy bear sat on a trail, waiting for its next victim. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the new rangers gathered around it. The night was thick with the sounds of the forest, rustling leaves, distant hoots of owls, and the occasional snap of a twig. I sat across from them, the weight of my neck's tale heavy on my mind. "Tonight, we need to talk about Rule 11, I began, my voice low and steady. "If you see a figure hanging from a tree, do not approach it. It is not a corpse, but a manifestation of the forest's malice, waiting for its next victim." It was a misty autumn evening. I was on a routine patrol, deep in the heart of Whispering Pines. The forest was shrouded in an eerie fog, the kind that makes everything look like it's draped in a ghostly veil. The leaves crunched under my boots, and the air was crisp. I was following a familiar trail, the one that winds around the old oak grove. Suddenly, through the mist, I saw it, a figure hanging from a tree. At first, I thought it was a tragic accident, someone who had lost their way and met a grim fate. I felt a pang of sadness and a strong urge to help, to see if there was anything I could do. As I approached, the temperature seemed to drop. The forest fell unnaturally silent, as if holding its breath. That's when I noticed something was off. The figure wasn't swaying with the breeze. It was perfectly still, almost as if it was aware of my presence. I got closer, my flashlight cutting through the fog. The figure looked human, but there was something wrong. Its limbs hung at odd angles, and its eyes seemed to follow me. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a corpse. This was something else. Something malevolent. I remembered the warnings from the veteran rangers, the stories about the forest's malice and how it could manifest in terrifying ways. I backed away slowly. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to move calmly. As I did, the figure seemed to twitch, as if it was coming to life. I turned and walked as fast as I could without looking back, the oppressive presence of the figure pressing down on me. I made it back to the ranger station, my heart pounding in my chest. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure. Its twisted limbs, its eyes following me, its presence heavy and malevolent. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching me. Every time I went on patrol, I felt the weight of unseen eyes. I knew I had narrowly escaped something terrible, something that wanted to ensnare me. I did some research, spoke to the veteran rangers, and delved into the history of Whispering Pines. I learned that the hanging figure is not just a random manifestation. It's a reflection of the forest's deepest malice, born from ancient tragedies and dark rituals performed long ago. The figure is a lure. It preys on our compassion, our curiosity. It wants us to approach, to touch it, to interact with it. And when we do, we become its next victim. It feeds on our fear, our horror, and our souls. I took a deep breath, the fire crackling softly in the background. "Remember Rule 11, I said firmly, meeting each ranger's gaze. "If you ever see a figure hanging from a tree, do not approach it. Turn around and leave immediately. It is not a person in need. It is a trap, a manifestation of the forest's malice waiting for its next victim." As the firelight flickered and the shadows danced, I knew they had grasped the gravity of my words. The forest held many dangers, but none as insidious and malevolent as the hanging figure of Whispering Pines. The fire burned steadily, casting eerie shadows that flickered across the faces of the new rangers. They sat in tense silence, the weight of my story about the hanging figure still heavy in the air. I could see the fear and curiosity in their eyes as they absorbed the tale. It was time to delve deeper into the history behind this malevolent manifestation. To understand the hanging figure, you need to know about the forest's dark past. Whispering Pines is not just an ordinary forest. It has a history steeped in tragedy and dark rituals. Centuries ago, there was a village on the outskirts of this forest. The villagers practiced forbidden rituals, seeking protection from invaders and harsh winters. They believed that appeasing the forest spirits with sacrifices would grant them safety and prosperity. One particularly brutal winter, the villagers were desperate. They hung their own, men, women, and even children, from the trees, believing that their spirits would protect the village. Instead, the spirits were angered by these unnatural deaths. The forest became cursed, and the malice of those spirits lingered, taking on a life of its own. The hanging figure is a direct result of those dark rituals. It's a manifestation of the forest's anger and sorrow, a trap for the unwary. The figure appears human, but it's nothing more than a lure, designed to draw in those who would show compassion or curiosity. I found old records and journals from those who had encountered the figure before. Their descriptions were eerily similar, a sense of dread, an unnatural silence, and the figure's eyes following them as they approached. Those who ignored the warnings never returned, their fates sealed by the forest's malice. I spoke to some of the veteran rangers who had seen the figure and lived to tell the tale. They described how the figure would twitch and sway as if it were alive, its eyes filled with a malevolent intelligence. They warned me never to approach it, never to touch it, and always to respect the forest's boundaries. The forest's malice is real, and it is deadly. The hanging figure is just one of its many manifestations, a reminder of the ancient curses that still linger in these woods. We must respect the rules and stay vigilant if we are to survive. Remember the history I've shared with you. It is not just a story to scare you. It is a warning, a reminder that Whispering Pines holds many secrets and dangers. Respect the rules, stay alert, and never underestimate the forest's power. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows as the new rangers sat in quiet reflection. The night was filled with the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves, a constant reminder of the forest's presence. Stay safe, and remember, if you ever see that figure hanging from a tree, walk away. Do not approach it. Your life depends on it. The fire had burned low, casting long, flickering shadows around our circle. The new rangers sat in a tense silence, the stories of the hanging figure and the forest's dark history weighing heavily on their minds. I could see the fear and resolve in their eyes as they contemplated the true dangers lurking in Whispering Pines. After learning about the history and the manifestations of the forest's malice, I knew I had to return to the site of my encounter. I needed to confront my fears. And more importantly, I needed to ensure that the new rangers would be safe. I prepared carefully for my return. I gathered protective talismans, informed my fellow rangers of my plan, and set out on a clear, moonlit night. I knew I couldn't do this alone. But I also knew that it was my duty to face the forest's malice head-on. The night was eerily quiet as I made my way back to the site. The moon cast a ghostly light on the forest, and every rustle of leaves made my heart race. When I finally reached the tree, the figure was there, hanging just as before, but more menacing in the pale light. I paused, letting the image settle in their minds. As I approached cautiously, the atmosphere changed. The temperature dropped, whispers filled the air, and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. The figure began to sway, its limbs twitching as if coming to life. I stood my ground, holding up a talisman and reciting protective chants I had learned. The figure's form shifted, revealing the faces of past victims, eyes filled with sorrow and rage. I realized then that these spirits were trapped, bound by the forest's curse. I spoke to the spirits. I offered them a chance at peace, promising to uphold the rules and protect others from the same fate. The figure's movements slowed, and its eyes softened. For a moment, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The manifestation slowly dissipated, leaving behind a sense of calm and a faint, mournful whisper. I knew then that the spirits had accepted my promise. and I had succeeded in temporarily easing the forest's malice. But remember, the forest's malice is always present. The hanging figure may be gone for now, but the curse remains. It is our duty to respect the rules, stay vigilant, and protect each other from the dangers that lurk in whispering pines. Stay safe, and remember, if you ever see that figure hanging from a tree, walk away. Do not approach it. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows as the new rangers sat in quiet reflection. The night was filled with the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves, a constant reminder of the forest's haunting presence. Have you ever heard a baby crying in the middle of the woods at night? I began, leaning forward as the fire crackled between us. The new rangers shifted uncomfortably, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. If you do, remember Rule 12. Do not investigate. It was a chilly winter night, the kind where every breath turns into a puff of mist in the air. I was on a routine patrol deep in whispering pines, the forest blanketed in snow and silence. The moonlight cast an eerie glow on the skeletal branches, making them look like grasping hands. As I trudged along the familiar path, a sound pierced the stillness. A baby crying. The sound was faint at first, almost lost in the rustle of the wind through the trees. But it grew louder, more desperate, tugging at my heartstrings. My first thought was that someone had abandoned a child in these woods, and they needed help. The idea of a baby left alone in the freezing cold was unbearable. I quickened my pace, following the sound. The crying seemed to echo through the forest, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Shadows danced on the periphery of my vision, and the temperature seemed to drop even further as I delved deeper into the woods. My flashlight flickered, adding to the growing sense of unease. With each step, the crying grew louder and more insistent. It was as if the forest itself was amplifying the sound, directing me toward its source. My breath came in short, visible bursts, and an inexplicable sense of dread settled over me. The trees seemed to close in, their branches twisting into menacing shapes. Suddenly, the crying stopped. The abrupt silence was more jarring than the sound itself. I stood still, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, searching for any sign of movement. The forest was unnaturally quiet, the kind of silence that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. I remembered the warnings from the veteran rangers, the tales of an evil entity that used the sound of a baby crying to lure people into the forest. It preyed on their compassion, their instinct to protect. But by the time they realized it was a trap, it was too late. As I stood there, heart pounding, I fought the urge to move closer to where the sound had come from. I knew better. The forest was playing tricks on me, trying to draw me in. The flickering of my flashlight grew more erratic, and the shadows seemed to shift, as if something was moving just out of sight. I took a step back, then another, forcing myself to retreat. The sense of dread intensified, and the air grew colder still. The crying started again, louder and more desperate than before, but I resisted the urge to turn back. I knew that whatever was making that sound was not a helpless child, but something far more sinister. I walked faster, my footsteps crunching on the snow-covered ground. The crying continued, now mixed with a faint, eerie whispering that sent chills down my spine. The whispers seemed to come from all around me, echoing through the trees. I quickened my pace, practically jogging back towards the ranger station. Finally, the sound faded into the distance, replaced by the familiar rustling of the wind and the creaking of the trees. I reached the edge of the forest, the lights of the ranger station a welcome sight. My heart was still pounding, and my breath came in ragged gasps, but I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the baby's cries and saw the shifting shadows. The sense of being watched, of something malevolent lurking in the forest, stayed with me. I knew then that the warnings were true, and Rule 12 was not to be taken lightly. The new rangers sat in stunned silence, the firelight casting eerie shadows on their faces. They understood now the importance of heeding the rules and the dangers that lurked in Whispering Pines. The forest held many secrets, and not all of them were meant to be uncovered. The fire crackled softly, casting long shadows that danced around us. The new rangers sat in a tense silence, the weight of my story hanging heavily in the air. They needed to hear another tale, one that would reinforce the importance of Rule 12, a tale of a ranger who ignored the warnings and paid the ultimate price. "Let me tell you about Lucas," I began, my voice steady but filled with an undertone of sorrow. "Lucas was one of our best, brave, experienced, and a bit too skeptical for his own good. Lucas had always been a bit of a maverick. He laughed off the stories of the forest's malevolence, dismissing them as superstitions meant to scare new recruits. He had a habit of pushing boundaries, convinced that his skills and experience made him invincible. But the forest has a way of humbling even the most seasoned among us. It was a foggy autumn night when Lucas had his encounter. The fog rolled in thick and heavy, muffling sounds and distorting shapes. The kind of night that makes even the familiar seem alien and unsettling. Lucas was on a solo patrol, confident as ever, when he heard it. A baby crying somewhere in the depths of the forest. The sound was faint at first, barely audible over the rustling leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Lucas's first thought was that someone had abandoned a child, and he felt a surge of anger and determination to rescue it. Despite the eerie atmosphere, he set off towards the sound, his flashlight cutting through the dense fog. As he moved deeper into the forest, the crying grew louder, more desperate. Lucas's steps quickened, driven by the instinct to protect. He ignored the growing sense of unease, the way the fog seemed to thicken around him, obscuring the path. The crying echoed ominously, making it difficult to determine its direction. The deeper Lucas ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees closed in, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. Shadows flickered at the edge of his vision, and the air grew colder, the temperature dropping with each step. The path seemed to shift and change, leading him further away from familiar trails. Lucas pressed on, his resolve unshaken despite the increasingly hostile environment. The crying continued to draw him in, louder and more insistent, pulling him deeper into the heart of Whispering Pines. He called out, trying to reassure the child that help was on the way, but his voice seemed to be swallowed by the fog. Finally, he reached what he believed to be the source of the crying. A gnarled, ancient tree that stood alone in a small clearing. The crying stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press down on him. Lucas scanned the area, his flashlight beam revealing nothing but the twisted, sinister shape of the tree. And then, the silence was broken by a low, menacing laughter. It echoed around him, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Lucas felt a chill run down his spine as he realized he had been led into a trap. The forest had lured him here, using his own compassion against him. The laughter grew louder, more mocking, as the fog thickened, obscuring his vision. Lucas tried to retrace his steps, but the path had disappeared, replaced by a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. He called out for help, but the only response was the sinister chuckling that seemed to surround him. Desperation set in as Lucas tried to find his way back. The forest seemed to close in on him, the shadows growing darker, the whispers more insistent. He stumbled through the underbrush, his heart pounding in his chest. But every direction led him back to the twisted tree. Lucas's final moments were filled with terror and confusion. His flashlight flickered and died, plunging him into darkness. The whispers turned into screams, and the malevolent presence of the entity enveloped him. The last thing he heard was the sound of a baby crying, echoing through the trees, before he vanished without a trace. The search for Lucas lasted for weeks. We combed every inch of the forest, but there was no sign of him. His equipment was found scattered around the base of the twisted tree. But of Lucas, there was no trace. His disappearance became one of the many unsolved mysteries of Whispering Pines. The new rangers sat in stunned silence, their faces pale with fear. They understood now the true danger of the crying sound and the malevolent entity that used it to lure victims. "Remember Rule 12, I said firmly. "If you ever hear a baby crying in the night, do not investigate. It is a trap set by the forest's most evil entity, and those who ignore this warning will meet the same fate as Lucas." The fire crackled softly, the night growing darker around us. The rangers nodded solemnly, their expressions resolute. They understood now the deadly nature of the entity and the importance of following the rules. The fire burned low, casting long, flickering shadows across the circle of rangers. The new recruits sat in a tense silence, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of the flames. The stories of Lucas's tragic fate and my own harrowing experience had left them visibly shaken. It was time to delve deeper into the history behind the entity and the importance of Rule 12. After Lucas disappeared, the atmosphere among the rangers changed. I began, the weight of the tale heavy on my mind. We all felt the loss keenly, and the forest seemed darker, more menacing. It became clear that the warnings were not just superstitions, but critical rules for our survival. The rangers exchanged uneasy glances, the flickering firelight reflecting their growing fear and respect for the forest's dangers. The search for Lucas led us to uncover more about the forest's dark history, I continued. Whispering Pines is ancient, and its secrets run deep. Many years ago, long before the forest became a protected area, it was the site of rituals and sacrifices meant to appease dark spirits. I paused, letting the gravity of my words settle over the group. In those days, the villagers who lived near the forest believed that the spirits could be controlled, that they could be used to gain power and protection. They performed unspeakable acts, sacrificing animals and even children to these malevolent entities, I explained. One of these entities, the most evil of them all, became bound to the forest. It thrived on the fear and despair of its victims, using the sound of a baby crying to lure them into its grasp. The rangers leaned in closer, their faces pale with apprehension. I spent countless hours researching old records, journals, and legends, I said. One story stood out, a tale of a young mother who lost her child in the forest. She was driven mad by grief and performed a forbidden ritual to bring the child back. But instead of her child, she summoned the entity. It took the form of her lost baby's cries, leading her deeper into the woods until she too was lost. I took a deep breath, the memory of the chilling accounts still vivid. This entity feeds on our compassion, our need to help and protect, I continued. It knows that the sound of a baby crying is nearly impossible to ignore. It uses that instinct against us, drawing us into the forest where it can feed on our fear and despair. The fire crackled loudly, the sound making the rangers jump. After Lucas vanished, we all became more vigilant, I said. We knew we had to respect the rules and stay alert. The forest is filled with many dangers, but none as insidious as the entity that uses the sound of a crying baby to lure its victims. I looked around the circle, meeting each ranger's gaze. We documented everything we could find about the entity, I continued. We spread the word, made sure every ranger understood the importance of Rule 12, and we made a promise to each other to always heed the warnings and protect one another from the forest's malevolence. The rangers nodded solemnly, their expressions resolute. They understood now the full extent of the danger posed by the crying sound and the importance of following the rules. As rangers of Whispering Pines, it is our duty to protect the forest and its visitors, I said firmly. But it is also our duty to protect ourselves from the ancient evils that lurk within its depths. We must respect the rules, stay vigilant, and never underestimate the forest's power. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows as the new rangers sat in quiet reflection. The night was filled with the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves, a constant reminder of the forest's presence. "Stay safe," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "And remember, if you ever hear the sound of a baby crying in the night, do not investigate. It is a trap set by the forest's most evil entity, and those who ignore this warning will meet the same fate as Lucas." The fire crackled softly, the night growing darker around us. The rangers nodded again, their faces set with determination. They understood now the deadly nature of the entity and the importance of respecting the rules. As the fire burned down to embers, the forest around us seemed to grow darker, the sense of being watched intensifying. The weight of the stories I had shared settled heavily over the group, a stark reminder of the malevolent forces that lurked within Whispering Pines. Somewhere deep within Whispering Pines, the entity waited, its cries echoing through the trees, ready to ensnare those who dared to forget the warnings. Have you ever come across a place so unsettling that it seems to radiate its own darkness? I began, leaning forward as the fire crackled between us. The new rangers looked at me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. If you ever find a clearing with a single black tree at its center, remember Rule 13. Do not enter. It was a bright summer day, the kind that makes the forest come alive with sounds and colors. I was on a routine patrol, enjoying the warmth of the sun filtering through the canopy and the chorus of birds singing above. Everything seemed normal, peaceful even, until I stumbled upon it. The path I was following opened up into a clearing. At its center stood a tree unlike any I had ever seen. A towering, twisted black tree, its bark dark as midnight. The vibrant greenery of the forest seemed to stop abruptly at the edge of the clearing, as if the other trees were afraid to get too close. The contrast was jarring. The tree a stark, ominous presence in an otherwise serene landscape. As I stood at the edge of the clearing, an unnatural silence fell over the forest. The birds stopped singing, and the rustling of leaves ceased, leaving an eerie stillness that set my nerves on edge. I felt an almost magnetic pull towards the tree, an urge to step into the clearing and examine it more closely. But there was something profoundly wrong about the place, a sense of malevolence that sent chills down my spine. I took a cautious step forward, my curiosity battling with the growing sense of dread. The air around the clearing felt colder. The shadows cast by the tree's twisted branches seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally. As I inched closer, the oppressive silence grew heavier, and the light seemed to dim, as if the tree was absorbing it. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, my instincts screaming at me to turn back. The black tree loomed before me, its bark glistening in the faint light. The longer I looked at it, the more I felt as though the tree was watching me, its twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. I remembered the warnings from the veteran rangers, the stories they told of those who had entered such clearings and never returned. A wave of nausea hit me as I stood there, and I felt an almost physical pressure pushing against my chest. The tree seemed to pulse with a dark energy, its presence overwhelming. I took a step back, then another, fighting the urge to move closer. As I retreated, I could have sworn I saw the tree's branches twitch, as if trying to reach out and grab me. I turned and walked away quickly, my heart pounding in my chest. The oppressive feeling began to lift as I moved further from the clearing, but the sense of being watched lingered. I glanced back once, and the clearing looked just as it had when I first saw it, peaceful and serene, except for that malevolent black tree standing at its center. Back at the ranger station, I couldn't shake the experience. That night, my sleep was plagued by nightmares of the black tree and the souls it had claimed. In my dreams, I saw faces twisted in agony, their eyes pleading for release, trapped forever within the tree's dark embrace. "Remember Rule 13, I said firmly, meeting each ranger's gaze. If you ever find a clearing with a single black tree at its center, do not enter. The tree is a trap, designed to consume your soul and keep it trapped for eternity. The fire burned steadily, casting long shadows that flickered and danced around us. The new rangers sat in tense silence, the weight of my story about the black tree heavy in the air. It was time for them to hear about Emma, a hiker whose curiosity led her to a fate sealed by the darkness of whispering pines. Let me tell you about Emma. Emma was an adventurous soul, always eager to explore every hidden corner of the forest. She was a nature enthusiast, always with her camera ready to capture the beauty of the wilderness. It was a warm autumn afternoon when Emma set out on her solo hike. The forest was a symphony of colors, the leaves turning shades of red, orange, and gold. She had been to Whispering Pines many times before, but this time she decided to venture off the beaten path, eager to discover new sights. Emma wandered deeper into the forest, her camera clicking as she captured the vibrant scenery. As she moved further from the familiar trails, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood a single black tree, its twisted branches stark against the bright autumn foliage. The tree's appearance was both mesmerizing and unsettling. Its bark was dark as midnight, and the air around it seemed to hum with an unnatural energy. Emma's curiosity was piqued. She approached the clearing, drawn by the tree's eerie beauty and the stark contrast it presented against the colorful backdrop of the forest. As Emma stepped into the clearing, the atmosphere changed. The air grew colder, and the vibrant sounds of the forest faded into an oppressive silence. She paused, a sense of unease creeping over her, but her curiosity pushed her forward. She wanted to capture the tree's uniqueness, to understand why it stood alone in this secluded spot. Emma moved closer, her camera clicking away. She noticed that the light seemed to dim as she approached the tree, shadows lengthening and deepening. The tree's bark was smooth and cold to the touch, sending a shiver down her spine. She felt an almost magnetic pull towards the tree, a compulsion to understand its mystery. As she stood at the base of the tree, shadows began to move and shift around her. She tried to ignore the growing sense of dread, focusing on her camera. She reached out to touch the tree again, and this time, she felt something more. A subtle, almost imperceptible movement, like the tree was alive and responding to her presence. Suddenly, shadowy tendrils emerged from the tree, wrapping around her wrist. Emma gasped, trying to pull away, but the tendrils tightened their grip, cold and unyielding. Panic set in as she struggled, her breath coming in short, desperate gasps. The shadows seemed to come alive, enveloping her in a suffocating darkness. Emma's screams echoed through the clearing, a chilling sound that quickly faded into the oppressive silence. The tree's tendrils pulled her closer, consuming her entirely. The last thing she saw was the twisted, malevolent shape of the tree's branches reaching out, as if to embrace her in a final, deadly grip. When Emma failed to return from her hike, a search party was organized. We combed the forest, following her usual paths and venturing into less traveled areas. Days passed with no sign of her. It wasn't until we reached the edge of the unfamiliar clearing that we found her belongings. Her backpack, her camera, and a few scattered personal items, lying abandoned at the edge. There was no trace of Emma herself. The black tree stood silently in the center of the clearing, its presence more menacing than ever. We realized with a heavy heart that she had become another victim of the tree's malevolent power, her soul trapped within its dark embrace. Emma's curiosity led her to a fate sealed by the darkness of Whispering Pines. The fire crackled softly, the night growing darker around us. The fire had burned low, casting long, eerie shadows across the circle of rangers. The new recruits sat in a tense silence, the weight of Emma's tragic fate hanging heavily in the air. It was time to delve deeper into the history behind the black tree and the importance of Rule 13. After Emma disappeared, the atmosphere among us rangers changed. We felt the loss keenly, and the forest seemed darker, more foreboding. It became clear that the warnings were not just superstitions, but essential rules for our survival. We decided to investigate further, to understand the true nature of the Black Tree. We delved into the history of whispering pines, uncovering old records and legends that hinted at the tree's origins. Whispering Pines is an ancient forest, and its secrets run deep. Centuries ago, before the forest was a protected area, it was the site of rituals and sacrifices meant to appease dark spirits. The villagers who lived near the forest believed that these spirits could be controlled, that they could grant power and protection. They performed unspeakable acts, sacrificing animals and even children to these malevolent entities. One of these entities, the most malevolent of them all, became bound to the forest. It thrived on the fear and despair of its victims, using the Black Tree as a conduit for its dark power. The tree's roots run deep, feeding on the souls of those who enter its clearing. It traps them for eternity, their despair and fear nourishing the entity. We found old journals and records from those who had encountered the tree before. Their descriptions were eerily similar. An overwhelming sense of dread, shadows that seemed to move on their own, and an almost irresistible pull towards the tree. Those who ignored the warnings never returned, their fates sealed by the tree's malevolent power. After Emma vanished, we all became more vigilant. We knew we had to respect the rules and stay alert. The forest is filled with many dangers, but none as insidious as the Black Tree and the entity that uses it to trap souls. We documented everything we could find about the Black Tree. We spread the word, made sure every ranger understood the importance of Rule 13, and we made a promise to ourselves and to those who had vanished, to always heed the warnings and protect one another from the forest's malevolence. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows as the new rangers sat in quiet reflection. The night was filled with the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves, a constant reminder of the forest's presence. Stay safe. And remember, if you ever find a clearing with a single Black Tree at its center, do not enter. The tree is a trap designed to consume your soul and keep it trapped for eternity. Have you ever seen a figure standing alone at the edge of a cliff, their back turned to you? I began, leaning forward as the fire crackled between us. The new rangers looked at me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. If you do, remember Rule 14. Do not call out to them. It was a misty autumn evening, the kind where the forest is shrouded in a thick, enveloping fog that muffles sounds and distorts shapes. I was on a routine patrol, the ground beneath my boots damp with fallen leaves, the air filled with the distant hoot of an owl. The fog was so dense that my flashlight barely cut through it, creating an otherworldly glow. As I navigated the familiar path, I came to a section of the forest that opened up to a sheer cliff. The view from the edge was usually breathtaking, but that night, the fog obscured everything, turning the cliff into a shadowy abyss. As I approached, I saw it. A lone figure standing at the very edge, their back turned to me. At first, I thought it might be a lost hiker or someone contemplating the view despite the fog. My initial reaction was concern. I wanted to call out, to check if they were all right. But as I took a step closer, something about the scene felt off. The figure was perfectly still, too still, almost as if they were frozen in time. I hesitated, the words caught in my throat. The forest seemed to grow quieter, the sounds of nature fading into an oppressive silence. An inexplicable sense of dread began to creep over me. The air grew colder, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I took another step closer, my flashlight illuminating the figure's silhouette. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothing, and their posture was rigid, unnatural. The mist swirled around them, creating an ethereal glow that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I felt an almost magnetic pull to call out, to break the silence, but something held me back. Then I remembered the warnings from the veteran rangers, the stories they told about the lost souls of Whispering Pines. These were the spirits of those who had taken their own lives, forever trapped in their final moments of despair. They stood at the edge of the cliff, waiting for someone to call out to them, to acknowledge their presence. And when they did, The lost souls would drag them over the edge, claiming another victim. The realization hit me like a cold wave. This was no ordinary person. This was one of the lost souls. I knew I had to get away, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. The figure remained eerily still, their back turned, but I could feel their presence growing stronger, more oppressive. Fighting the urge to call out, I slowly began to back away. Each step felt like a monumental effort, the air thick with tension. The fog seemed to close in around me, the shadows deepening. I kept my flashlight trained on the figure, watching for any sign of movement, but they remained motionless, a silent sentinel at the edge of the cliff. As I put more distance between us, the oppressive feeling began to lift. The sounds of the forest slowly returned. The rustling of leaves, the distant calls of nocturnal animals. I turned and walked briskly back towards the ranger station, my heart pounding in my chest. I resisted the urge to look back, knowing that the figure would still be there, waiting. That night, sleep did not come easily. My mind was filled with images of the cliff and the silent figure standing at its edge. In my dreams, I saw faces twisted in sorrow and despair, eyes pleading for release. I knew then that Rule 14 was not just a precaution. It was a matter of life and death. "Remember Rule 14, I said firmly, meeting each ranger's gaze. "If you ever see a figure standing at the edge of a cliff, their back turned to you, do not call out to them. They are the lost souls of those who took their own lives in the forest, and they will drag you over the edge with them." The fire crackled softly, the night growing darker around us. The fire crackled softly, casting eerie shadows that flickered and danced around us. The new rangers sat in tense silence, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of the flames. They needed to hear another tale, one that would reinforce the importance of Rule 14, a tale of a ranger who ignored the warnings and paid the ultimate price. "Let me tell you about Daniel," I began, my voice steady but filled with an undertone of sorrow. Daniel was one of our most compassionate rangers. He was always ready to lend a hand, to help those in need, no matter the situation. It was a foggy evening, much like the one I had experienced. The forest was cloaked in a thick, almost tangible mist that dampened sound and made every shadow seem alive. Daniel was on patrol, his heart and mind focused on ensuring the safety of anyone who might have lost their way in the woods. As he navigated the familiar paths, he heard something that stopped him in his tracks, a faint, heart-wrenching sobbing. It was coming from somewhere near the cliffs. Concerned and driven by his compassionate nature, Daniel quickened his pace, the sobs growing louder and more desperate as he approached. He soon saw a figure standing at the edge of the cliff, their back turned to him. The figure's shoulders shook with each sob, the sound echoing through the fog-laden forest. Daniel's first thought was that this person needed help, that they were in terrible distress. Without hesitation, he called out to them, his voice filled with concern. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" he shouted, his footsteps crunching on the damp ground as he moved closer. The figure remained silent, their sobs continuing unabated. Daniel's heart ached for them. He took another step forward, determined to offer assistance. He called out again, his voice gentle but insistent. "Please, let me help you. It's not safe to be so close to the edge." The figure slowly began to turn, and Daniel felt a chill run down his spine. The face that met his gaze was not one of a living person, but of a lost soul. Pale, hollow eyes filled with an eternal sorrow. The figure's mouth opened, but no words came out, only the continued sobbing, now accompanied by a cold, ghostly wind that seemed to swirl around them both. Before Daniel could react, the figure's ghostly hand reached out towards him. He felt an inexplicable pull, a force drawing him closer to the edge. Panic set in as he tried to resist, his feet slipping on the damp ground. The figure's grip tightened, and Daniel realized too late that he had made a grave mistake. He struggled desperately, but the force was too strong. The cliff's edge crumbled beneath his feet as he was pulled closer. The last thing he saw was the sorrowful eyes of the lost soul, their expression filled with a sadness that seemed to reach into his very soul. With a final, heart-wrenching sob, the figure dragged Daniel over the edge, their forms disappearing into the misty abyss below. The search for Daniel began almost immediately. We combed the forest, our hearts heavy with fear and dread. Days turned into weeks, but there was no sign of him. His belongings were found near the edge of the cliff. His flashlight, his radio, and a personal notebook filled with his thoughts and observations. But Daniel himself was gone, his fate sealed by the lost soul he had tried to help. The realization that he had been claimed by the forest's malevolent spirits weighed heavily on all of us. We knew then that Rule 14 was not just a guideline. It was a vital protection against the ancient evil that lurked within Whispering Pines. The fire burned low, casting eerie shadows that flickered and danced around us. The new rangers sat in a tense silence, the stories of Daniel's tragic fate and my own harrowing experience weighing heavily on their minds. It was time to delve deeper into the history behind the lost souls and the importance of Rule 14. After Daniel disappeared, the atmosphere among us rangers changed. I began, my voice steady, but filled with a somber tone. We all felt the loss keenly, and the forest seemed darker, more menacing. It became clear that the warnings were not just superstitions, but essential rules for our survival. We decided to investigate further, to understand the true nature of the lost souls in the cliffs. We delved into the history of Whispering Pines, uncovering old records and legends that hinted at the origins of these spirits. Whispering Pines is an ancient forest, and its secrets run deep. For centuries, people have been drawn to its beauty, but also its mysteries. Many came seeking solace or escape, and some, tragically, came to end their own lives. The cliffs became a place of sorrow, where the souls of the departed lingered, unable to move on. These souls, filled with despair and regret, became trapped in the moments of their death. They stand at the edge of the cliffs, reliving their final moments over and over. They are drawn to the living, especially those who show compassion, hoping to find some form of release. But instead, they ensnare those who call out to them, dragging them into the abyss. We found old journals and records from those who had encountered these spirits before. Their descriptions were eerily similar. A figure standing at the edge of the cliff, back turned, silent but sorrowful. Those who called out to them were never seen again, their souls claimed by the spirits of the cliffs. After Daniel vanished, we all became more vigilant. We knew we had to respect the rules and stay alert. The forest is filled with many dangers, but none as insidious as the lost souls in the cliffs. We documented everything we could find about these spirits. We spread the word, made sure every ranger understood the importance of Rule 14. And we made a promise to ourselves and to those who had vanished, to always heed the warnings and protect one another from the forest's malevolence. As rangers of Whispering Pines, it is our duty to protect the forest and its visitors. But it is also our duty to protect ourselves from the ancient evils that lurk within its depths. We must respect the rules, stay vigilant, and never underestimate the forest's power. Stay safe. And remember, if you ever see a figure standing at the edge of a cliff, their back turned to you, do not call out to them. They are the lost souls of those who took their own lives in the forest, and they will drag you over the edge with them. As the fire burned down to embers, the forest around us seemed to grow darker, the sense of being watched intensifying. The weight of the stories I had shared settled heavily over the group, a stark reminder of the malevolent forces that lurked within Whispering Pines. The night was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The rangers knew now that the forest held secrets best left undisturbed, and that the figures at the cliffs were among its most insidious traps. Somewhere deep within Whispering Pines, the lost souls stood at the edge of the cliffs, waiting for their next victim. The forest watched, silent and still, its dark secrets hidden within the shadows, ready to ensnare those who dared to forget the warnings. Have you ever come across something so unsettling that it feels like it shouldn't be there? I began, leaning forward as the fire crackled between us. The new rangers looked at me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. If you ever find a doll made of twigs and leaves hanging from a tree, remember Rule 15, leave it be. It was a late spring afternoon, and the forest was alive with the vibrant sounds of nature. Birds chirped in the canopy above, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. I was on a routine patrol, enjoying the serene beauty of whispering pines. As I walked along a familiar trail, I suddenly noticed a clearing ahead. It wasn't the clearing that caught my attention, though. It was what hung from a low branch in the middle of it. A small doll, crudely fashioned from twigs and leaves, dangled there, swaying gently in the breeze. It looked old, almost ancient, its form twisted and unnatural. A chill ran down my spine as I approached the clearing. The vibrant sounds of the forest seemed to fade, replaced by an eerie silence. I felt an almost magnetic pull towards the doll, a mix of curiosity and unease growing within me. As I stepped closer, the air grew colder, and I felt the weight of the forest's gaze upon me. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, staring at the doll. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before, its craftsmanship both crude and unsettling. The twigs were bound together with what looked like dried sinew, and the leaves were brittle and darkened with age. The sight of it filled me with an inexplicable sense of dread. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath. The usual rustling of leaves and distant calls of wildlife had ceased entirely. It was as if the very presence of the doll had cast a pall over the area. I took a cautious step back, the sense of unease growing stronger with each passing second. As I stood there, contemplating whether to examine the doll more closely, a memory surfaced. The veteran rangers had warned me about these dolls, telling tales of their sinister purpose. They were offerings to the forest's dark gods, left by those who sought to appease the malevolent spirits that dwelled within whispering pines. Disturbing such an offering, they had said, would invite the wrath of these dark entities. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up as I recalled their warnings. The oppressive silence and the cold air seemed to press in on me, as if the forest itself was waiting for me to make a move. I knew then that I had to heed the warnings and leave the doll undisturbed. Slowly, I began to back away from the clearing, my eyes never leaving the doll. As I retreated, the oppressive feeling began to lift, and the sounds of the forest gradually returned. The birds resumed their chirping, and the rustling of leaves filled the air once more. It was as if the forest was breathing a sigh of relief. I made my way back to the ranger station, the weight of the encounter heavy on my mind. That night, I struggled to sleep, haunted by dreams of the doll and the dark entities it was meant to appease. In my nightmares, I saw twisted figures lurking in the shadows, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The new rangers sat in stunned silence, the firelight casting eerie shadows on their faces. They needed to understand the importance of this rule, the real danger that lurked within whispering pines. "Remember Rule 15, I said firmly, meeting each ranger's gaze. If you ever find a doll made of twigs and leaves hanging from a tree, leave it be. It is an offering to the forest's dark gods, and disturbing it will bring their wrath upon you." The fire crackled softly, the night growing darker around us. The rangers nodded solemnly, their expressions resolute. They understood now the deadly nature of the offerings and the importance of following the rules. The fire crackled softly, casting eerie shadows that flickered and danced around us. The new rangers sat in tense silence, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of the flames. "Let me tell you about Michael," I began, my voice steady but filled with an undertone of sorrow. Michael was an adventurous soul, always eager to explore every hidden corner of the forest. He often dismissed the local legends and warnings as mere superstition. It was a warm summer day when Michael decided to venture deep into Whispering Pines. The forest was a vibrant tapestry of green, alive with the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves. Michael, ever curious, had wandered off the beaten path, seeking new sights and experiences. As he hiked through the dense woods, he stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. At its center, hanging from a low branch of an ancient oak, was a doll made of twigs and leaves. The sight of it piqued his interest. He marveled at the craftsmanship, the way the twigs were intricately bound together, and the eerie beauty of the leaves that adorned it. Michael's curiosity got the better of him. Despite the growing sense of unease, he stepped into the clearing, drawn to the doll like a moth to a flame. He reached out and gently lifted it from the branch, examining it closely. The air around him grew colder, and the vibrant sounds of the forest faded into an oppressive silence. Ignoring the sudden change in atmosphere, Michael placed the doll in his backpack, thinking it would make an interesting souvenir. As he continued his hike, the forest seemed to react to his actions. The wind picked up, whipping through the trees with an almost angry intensity. Shadows lengthened and danced in the corners of his vision, and an inexplicable feeling of dread settled over him. As the day turned to dusk, Michael's unease grew. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The once familiar forest now felt alien and hostile. Strange noises echoed through the trees, whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, and fleeting shadows that moved just out of sight. He quickened his pace, hoping to find his way back to the main trail before nightfall. But the forest seemed to conspire against him. The paths twisted and changed, leading him deeper into the unknown. Panic set in as he realized he was hopelessly lost. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with an otherworldly energy. The whispers grew louder, and the shadows seemed to close in around him. Michael's fear turned to terror as he felt an unseen presence stalking him. He could hear the faint rustle of leaves and the soft crunch of twigs underfoot, as if something was following him. Desperate to escape, Michael broke into a run, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest seemed to close in around him, the trees forming a maze of gnarled branches and twisted roots. He stumbled and fell, his hands scraping against the rough bark of a tree. As he lay there, the oppressive silence was broken by a low, menacing growl. He looked up to see shadowy figures emerging from the darkness, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. The air grew colder still, and the whispers turned into a cacophony of voices, chanting in an ancient, unknowable language. Michael's final moments were filled with terror as the dark gods of the forest unleashed their wrath. The shadows enveloped him, and his screams echoed through the trees before being swallowed by the oppressive silence. When the rangers finally found his campsite, it was abandoned, his belongings scattered around the clearing. The only trace of Michael was the doll, now hanging back on its tree, seemingly untouched. The rangers knew then that his fate had been sealed the moment he disturbed the offering. The warnings were true. The forest's dark gods were real, and their wrath was swift and merciless. Michael's curiosity led him to a fate sealed by the darkness of Whispering Pines, I said firmly. If you ever find a doll made of twigs and leaves hanging from a tree, leave it be. It is an offering to the forest's dark gods, and disturbing it will bring their wrath upon you. As the firelight flickered and the shadows danced, I knew they had grasped the gravity of my words. The forest held many dangers, but none as insidious and malevolent as the dark gods appeased by the twisted dolls of Whispering Pines. The fire burned low, casting eerie shadows that flickered and danced around us. After Michael disappeared, the atmosphere among us rangers changed, I began, my voice steady but filled with a somber tone. We all felt the loss keenly, and the forest seemed darker, more menacing. It became clear that the warnings were not just superstitions, but essential rules for our survival. We decided to investigate further, to understand the true nature of these offerings and the dark gods they appease. We delved into the history of Whispering Pines, uncovering old records and legends that hinted at the origins of these rituals. Whispering Pines is an ancient forest, and its secrets run deep. Long before it became a protected area, it was a place of ritual and reverence for the people who lived nearby. They believed that the forest was home to powerful, dark gods who demanded offerings to keep them appeased. These offerings took many forms, but the most common were the dolls made of twigs and leaves. They were crafted with care and left hanging in the forest as a sign of respect and submission. The people believed that as long as the offerings remained undisturbed, the dark gods would leave them in peace. We found old journals and records from those who had lived near the forest. Their descriptions were eerily similar. A sense of foreboding, shadows that seemed to move on their own, and an almost palpable presence watching them. Those who ignored the warnings and disturbed the offerings faced dire consequences. After Michael vanished, we all became more vigilant. We knew we had to respect the rules and stay alert. The forest is filled with many dangers, but none as insidious as the dark gods and their wrath. We documented everything we could find about these offerings. We spread the word, made sure every ranger understood the importance of Rule 15. And we made a promise to ourselves and to those who had vanished, to always heed the warnings and protect one another from the forest's malevolence. As rangers of Whispering Pines, it is our duty to protect the forest and its visitors. But it is also our duty to protect ourselves from the ancient evils that lurk within its depths. We must respect the rules, stay vigilant, and never underestimate the forest's power. The night was filled with the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves, a constant reminder of the forest's presence. Stay safe, and remember, if you ever find a doll made of twigs and leaves hanging from a tree, leave it be. It is an offering to the forest's dark gods, and disturbing it will bring their wrath upon you. The fire crackled softly, the night growing darker around us. The rangers nodded again, their faces set with determination. They understood now, the deadly nature of the offerings and the importance of respecting the rules. As the fire burned down to embers, the forest around us seemed to grow darker, the sense of being watched intensifying. The weight of the stories I had shared settled heavily over the group, a stark reminder of the malevolent forces that lurked within Whispering Pines. The night was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The rangers knew now that the forest held secrets best left undisturbed, and that the dolls made of twigs and leaves were among its most insidious traps. Somewhere deep within Whispering Pines, the dark gods watched, silent and still, their wrath ready to be unleashed upon those who dared to disturb their offerings. Have you ever heard a sound that sends chills down your spine, making your instincts scream to run? I began, leaning forward as the fire crackled between us. The new rangers looked at me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. If you ever hear the sound of drumming echoing through the trees, remember Rule 16, run as fast as you can in the opposite direction. It was a foggy autumn night, the kind where the forest is shrouded in a thick, almost tangible mist that muffles sounds and distorts shapes. I was on a routine patrol, the ground beneath my boots damp with fallen leaves, the air filled with the distant hoot of an owl. The fog was so dense that my flashlight barely cut through it, creating an otherworldly glow. As I navigated the familiar path, I suddenly heard it. A rhythmic, steady drumming that seemed to echo through the trees. The sound was faint at first, almost lost in the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. But it grew louder, more insistent, tugging at my senses. My first thought was that it might be some late-night campers having a bit of fun, but there was something off about it. The drumming was too precise, too ritualistic. curiosity got the better of me. I began to follow the sound, my steps cautious, but determined. The forest around me seemed to change as I moved closer to the source of the drumming. The temperature dropped, the fog thickened, and shadows began to dance at the edges of my vision. An overwhelming sense of dread settled over me, a primal fear that gnawed at the back of my mind. As I pressed on, the drumming grew louder, reverberating through the trees like a heartbeat. I could feel it in my chest, each beat sending a shiver down my spine. The forest itself seemed to come alive, the branches overhead twisting and turning as if trying to reach out and grab me. The path I was following seemed to shift and change, leading me deeper into the unknown. Then, in a moment of clarity, I remembered the warnings from the veteran rangers, the tales they told of an ancient and evil ritual that took place deep within Whispering Pines. The drumming was a signal, they said, a call to the forest's dark gods. And those who heard it and did not flee were destined to become the next sacrifice. The realization hit me like a cold wave. This was no ordinary drumming. It was a call to something malevolent, something ancient and powerful. I knew I had to get away, to run as fast as I could in the opposite direction. My heart pounded in my chest as I turned and began to sprint, the drumming still echoing in my ears. As I ran, the forest seemed to come alive with a sinister energy. The shadows moved and twisted around me. The trees groaned and creaked, and the fog thickened to the point where I could barely see a few feet in front of me. But I didn't stop. I pushed through the fear, the cold, and the darkness, driven by the need to escape. Eventually, the drumming began to fade, replaced by the familiar sounds of the forest. The rustling of leaves, the distant calls of nocturnal animals. The oppressive feeling lifted, and I found myself back on a familiar path, the lights of the ranger station a welcome sight in the distance. That night, sleep did not come easily. My mind was filled with images of the drumming, the shadows, and the ancient ritual. In my dreams, I saw hooded figures chanting in a language I could not understand, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. I knew then that Rule 16 was not just a precaution. It was a matter of life and death. "Let me tell you about Nate," I began, my voice steady but filled with an undertone of sorrow. Nate was an adventurous soul, always eager to explore every hidden corner of the forest. He often dismissed the local legends and warnings as mere superstition. It was a cool autumn afternoon when Nate set out on his solo camping trip. The forest was a vibrant tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows, the leaves crunching underfoot as he hiked along an old, overgrown trail he had discovered on a previous visit. Nate was always looking for new adventures, new places to explore, and the forgotten trails of Whispering Pines seemed to call out to him. As the sun began to set, Nate found a clearing where he decided to set up camp. The air was crisp, and the sky above was a deepening shade of twilight. He built a fire, the warmth and light a comforting presence in the growing darkness. As night fell, he sat by the fire, enjoying the solitude and the sounds of the forest around him. It was then that he heard it, the rhythmic, steady drumming that seemed to echo through the trees. At first, he thought it might be some distant campers or perhaps a group of local kids having fun. But as the drumming continued, it grew louder, more insistent, and Nate couldn't shake the feeling that it was coming from deep within the forest. Intrigued and unafraid, Nate decided to investigate. He grabbed his flashlight and headed in the direction of the drumming, the sound growing louder with each step. The forest around him seemed to change as he moved closer to the source of the drumming. The temperature dropped, the shadows lengthened, and an eerie silence fell over the woods, broken only by the persistent beat of the drums. Nate felt a growing sense of unease, but his curiosity pushed him forward. As he continued, the forest became increasingly hostile. Shadows moved unnaturally at the edge of his vision, and the air grew colder still. The drumming was now loud and clear, reverberating through the trees like a heartbeat. He finally came upon a clearing, bathed in an eerie, flickering light. At the center of the clearing stood a group of hooded figures, their faces obscured by dark robes. They were chanting in a language Nate could not understand, their voices rising and falling in time with the drumming. At the center of the circle was a stone altar, stained dark with age and use. Nate's breath caught in his throat as he realized the true nature of what he had stumbled upon. This was no ordinary drumming session. It was an ancient, evil ritual, just as the legends had warned. Panic set in as he tried to back away. But the hooded figures turned towards him, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Before he could react, the figures moved with unnatural speed, surrounding him and cutting off any chance of escape. The chanting grew louder, more intense, as they grabbed him, their grip cold and unyielding. Nate struggled, but it was no use. He was dragged towards the altar, his screams echoing through the forest, blending with the drumming and chanting. The last thing Nate saw was the hooded figures closing in around him, their eyes filled with a malevolent hunger. It was time to delve deeper into the history behind the drumming and the importance of Rule 16. After Nate disappeared, the atmosphere among us rangers changed. I began, my voice steady but filled with a somber tone. We all felt the loss keenly, and the forest seemed darker, more menacing. It became clear that the warnings were not just superstitions, but essential rules for our survival. The rangers exchanged uneasy glances, the firelight reflecting their growing fear and respect for the forest's dangers. We decided to investigate further, to understand the true nature of the drumming and the ancient ritual. I continued. We delved into the history of Whispering Pines, uncovering old records and legends that hinted at the origins of these sinister practices. I paused, letting the gravity of my words settle over the group. Whispering Pines is an ancient forest, and its secrets run deep, I explained. Long before it became a protected area, it was a place of ritual and reverence for the people who lived nearby. They believed that the forest was home to powerful, dark gods who demanded blood sacrifices to keep them appeased. The rangers leaned in closer, their faces pale with apprehension. These sacrifices were part of an ancient ritual performed by a secretive cult, I said. They would gather in hidden clearings deep within the forest, their ceremonies marked by the sound of rhythmic drumming. The drumming was a signal, a call to the dark gods, and those who heard it were in grave danger. I took a deep breath, the memory of the chilling accounts still vivid. We found old journals and records from those who had lived near the forest, I continued. Their descriptions were eerily similar. The sound of drumming echoing through the trees, shadows that seemed to move on their own, and an almost palpable sense of malevolence. Those who ignored the warnings and investigated the drumming were never seen again. After Nate vanished, we all became more vigilant, I said. We knew we had to respect the rules and stay alert. The forest is filled with many dangers, but none as insidious as the ancient ritual and the dark gods it summons. I looked around the circle, meeting each ranger's gaze. We documented everything we could find about the drumming and the ritual, I continued. We spread the word, made sure every ranger understood the importance of Rule 16, and we made a promise to ourselves and to those who had vanished. to always heed the warnings and protect one another from the forest's malevolence. As rangers of Whispering Pines, it is our duty to protect the forest and its visitors, I said firmly. But it is also our duty to protect ourselves from the ancient evils that lurk within its depths. We must respect the rules, stay vigilant, and never underestimate the forest's power. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows as the new rangers sat in quiet reflection. The night was filled with the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves, a constant reminder of the forest's presence. "Stay safe," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "And remember, if you ever hear the sound of drumming echoing through the trees, run as fast as you can in the opposite direction. The drumming is a signal that the forest's most ancient and evil ritual has begun, and you do not want to be its next sacrifice." As the fire burned down to embers, the forest around us seemed to grow darker, the sense of being watched intensifying. The night was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Somewhere deep within Whispering Pines, the ancient cult prepared for their next ritual, the sound of their drumming echoing through the trees, ready to claim their next victim. The forest watched, silent and still, its dark secrets hidden within the shadows, waiting for those who dared to forget the warnings. "Have you ever seen something so eerie that it feels like it shouldn't be there?" I began, leaning forward as the fire crackled between us. The new rangers looked at me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "If you ever find a trail of candles leading into the woods, remember Rule 17. Do not follow them." It was a chilly winter evening, the forest blanketed in a thick layer of snow. The air was crisp, the kind that bites at your skin, and the only sounds were the crunch of snow under my boots and the occasional rustle of branches weighed down by frost. I was on a routine patrol, enjoying the serene beauty of Whispering Pines transformed by winter. As I navigated the familiar path, something unusual caught my eye. A faint flickering light in the distance. Intrigued, I moved closer, and soon the source of the light became clear. A trail of candles, their flames dancing gently in the cold air. They lined a path that seemed to lead deeper, into the forest, their warm glow a stark contrast to the icy surroundings. Curiosity tugged at me. The sight was mesmerizing, almost enchanting, and I found myself drawn to it despite a growing sense of unease. Each candle seemed to invite me to take another step forward, to follow the path into the unknown. But as I approached, the temperature seemed to drop even further, and an unsettling silence fell over the forest. I stopped a few paces from the first candle, my breath visible in the frigid air. The flickering flames cast long, eerie shadows, and the path beyond the candles seemed to disappear into darkness. An overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over me. I remembered the warnings from the veteran rangers, the stories of those who had followed similar trails and never returned. It was said that these candles marked the boundary between our world and the realm of the dead, where the veil was thin and spirits roamed freely. Those who crossed over were lost forever, their souls unable to find their way back. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, and I knew I had to heed the warning. I took a step back, resisting the almost magnetic pull of the candlelit path. As I turned to leave, the oppressive silence seemed to lift slightly, and the sounds of the forest slowly returned. The distant call of an owl, the gentle rustling of branches. I walked briskly, the sense of unease lingering as I put more distance between myself and the candles. Back at the ranger station, I couldn't shake the experience. That night, I lay awake, my mind replaying the sight of the candles and the shadows they cast. In my dreams, I saw shadowy figures moving just beyond the light, waiting for someone to follow the path into their world. "Remember Rule 17, I said firmly, meeting each ranger's gaze. "If you ever see a trail of candles leading into the depths of the woods, do not follow them. They lead to a place where the veil between our world and the realm of the dead is at its thinnest, and those who cross over never return." The fire crackled, casting an orange glow that flickered against the darkened trees. My thoughts drifted back to a hiker named Matthew, a man whose curiosity led him down a path from which he would never return. Matthew was a nature enthusiast, I began, staring into the flames. He loved exploring uncharted trails, always searching for that next great adventure. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when Matthew set out on his hike. The forest was alive with color, leaves in hues of red, orange, and yellow carpeting the ground. He ventured deeper into whispering pines, following an old, overgrown trail that promised new discoveries. As dusk began to settle, Matthew stumbled upon something unusual: a trail of candles, leading into the heart of the forest. The sight was mesmerizing, each candle casting a warm, inviting glow against the encroaching darkness. Intrigued, he paused, his curiosity piqued. He took a few cautious steps forward, captivated by the mysterious allure of the candlelit path. The forest around him grew eerily silent. The usual sounds of wildlife were absent, replaced by an oppressive stillness. Matthew hesitated, but ultimately decided to follow the trail, believing it would lead to something extraordinary. The candles illuminated his path, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the trees. As he walked, the atmosphere became increasingly unsettling. The air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled over him. The path led him deeper into the forest, further than he had ever ventured before. The candles seemed endless, guiding him towards an unknown destination. Eventually, he reached a clearing bathed in an otherworldly light. At its center stood a shimmering portal, barely visible yet undeniably present. Matthew approached, both awed and terrified by the sight. The air around the portal was charged, vibrating with a strange energy. As he drew closer, shadowy figures began to materialize around the portal, their forms indistinct and ethereal. They moved with a ghostly grace, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Matthew felt a pull, an almost irresistible urge to step through the portal and discover what lay beyond. But as he stood at the edge, the shadowy figures reached out to him with cold, spectral hands. Panic set in, and Matthew tried to retreat, but it was too late. The figures surrounded him, their touch icy and unforgiving. He struggled, his screams echoing through the forest. But there was no escape. The portal consumed him, drawing him into its depths. The following day, when Matthew failed to return, a search party was organized. We scoured the forest, our hearts heavy with worry. His campsite was found abandoned, his belongings scattered around as if he had left in a hurry. The only trace of Matthew was his camera, left behind at the edge of the clearing. When we developed the film, we found eerie photographs of the candlelit path and the portal. The images were blurred and distorted, capturing the otherworldly glow and the shadowy figures that had taken him. But there was no sign of Matthew, no hint of where he had gone or how to bring him back. Matthew's fate served as a stark reminder of the dangers lurking within Whispering Pines. The candlelit path had led him to a place where the veil between our world and the realm of the dead was at its thinnest. His curiosity had drawn him in, and he had crossed over, never to return. The fire's glow dimmed as the night deepened, casting long shadows that danced and twisted among the trees. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the stories of my own encounter and Matthew's tragic fate weighing heavily in the air. After Matthew disappeared, the forest seemed to hold a darker presence. We all felt it, the oppressive weight of an ancient secret, the lurking malevolence that whispered through the trees. The loss of Matthew hit us hard, a sobering reminder of the dangers that lurked within Whispering Pines. The candlelit path had proven to be more than just a curiosity. It was a gateway to something far more sinister. Determined to understand the true nature of these paths, we began our research in earnest. We scoured old records and legends, uncovering tales that spoke of the veil between worlds and the trails of candles that marked its thinnest points. Ancient rituals were described in chilling detail, performed to guide lost souls to the other side, and to warn the living to stay away. The journals of those who had lived near the forest long before it became a protected area revealed eerie similarities. They spoke of the candlelit paths, the chilling silence that accompanied them, and the shadowy figures that seemed to guard these portals. It became clear that these candles were part of an ancient ritual, designed to maintain the balance between our world and the realm of the dead. As our understanding grew, so did our fear. The candles were not just warnings. They were beacons for the lost and the curious, drawing them into the forest's dark embrace. Those who followed the candles were marked, drawn into the realm of the dead, their souls unable to return to the world of the living. Determined to prevent further tragedies, we documented everything we could find about the candlelit paths and their dangers. We spread the word among the rangers, emphasizing the critical importance of Rule 17. It wasn't just a precaution. It was a matter of survival. The forest was ancient and powerful, and its secrets were best left undisturbed. The memory of Matthew's fate haunted us, a constant reminder of the peril that awaited those who ventured too far. We made a pact to protect one another, to always heed the warnings and to respect the rules that had been passed down through generations of rangers. The forest around us seemed to grow darker as I spoke, the sense of being watched intensifying. The fire burned low, the shadows creeping closer, as if the spirits of the forest were listening, waiting for their next victim. The night was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The weight of the stories I had shared settled heavily over us, a stark reminder of the malevolent forces that lurked within Whispering Pines. The rangers understood now, the deadly nature of the candlelit paths and the importance of respecting the rules. Somewhere deep within the forest, the candles still flickered, marking the thin veil between worlds. The spirits watched, silent and still, ready to claim those who dared to ignore the warnings. And as the final embers of the fire died out, the forest whispered a chilling promise. Those who follow the candles will never return. The fire crackled softly, casting long, flickering shadows across the clearing. The new rangers gathered around, their faces illuminated by the glow. The forest beyond seemed to watch with unseen eyes, the night air heavy with an unspoken tension. "Have you ever seen a face so unnerving that it stays with you, haunting your dreams?" I began, my voice barely rising above a whisper. "If you encounter a visitor with a wide, unnatural grin and eyes that gleam with madness, do not let them speak. Their words are poison, and they will drive you to the brink of insanity." It was a misty autumn dusk, the forest shrouded in a dense, eerie fog. The usual sounds of the forest were muted, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I was on a routine patrol, the path ahead barely visible through the thick mist. As I navigated the familiar trail, a figure emerged from the fog. It stood motionless in the middle of the path, silhouetted against the dim light of the setting sun. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. There was something profoundly wrong about the figure, an unsettling aura that seemed to radiate malevolence. Drawing closer, the details of the figure became clearer. It was a man, but his features were twisted into an expression of unnatural glee. His grin stretched impossibly wide, and his eyes gleamed with a frenzied light that seemed to pierce through the fog and darkness. My instinct was to offer help, to ask if he was lost or in need, but something held me back. The memory of the veteran ranger's warnings flooded my mind. They had spoken of encounters with beings whose words could drive a person mad, whose very presence could unhinge the mind. I realized with a sinking dread that I was facing one of these entities. The man's grin widened, and he took a step toward me. I fought the urge to speak, to ask him what he wanted. Instead, I began to back away slowly, keeping my eyes locked on his. The air around us seemed to thicken, the silence becoming oppressive. The figure continued to advance, his movements slow and deliberate. Each step he took felt like a hammer blow to my resolve, the urge to speak almost overwhelming. I could feel the madness in his gaze, a twisted joy that threatened to consume my sanity. I turned and walked away, each step feeling heavier than the last. The figure did not follow, but stood watching as I retreated. The sense of foreboding followed me all the way back to the ranger station. The man's grin burned into my memory. That night, sleep eluded me. My dreams were filled with images of the grinning man, his eyes gleaming with a light that promised madness. The encounter had shaken me to my core, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking within Whispering Pines. Remember Rule 18, I concluded, my voice steady but filled with the weight of the warning. If you encounter a visitor with a wide, unnatural grin and eyes that gleam with madness, do not let them speak. Their words are poison, and they will drive you to the brink of insanity. The fire flickered, casting eerie shadows as the night deepened. The faces around me were grave, the reality of the warning settling in. The fire's glow dimmed as the story shifted. Let me tell you about Ethan, I began, focusing on the memory of the solitary traveler whose curiosity led him astray. Ethan was a man drawn to solitude and the uncharted paths of Whispering Pines. Known for his adventurous spirit, he often sought out trails that had long been forgotten, eager to discover their secrets. It was on one such journey, under an overcast sky, that he encountered something that changed everything. The day started like any other for Ethan, with a crisp breeze and the earthy scent of fallen leaves. He ventured deep into the forest, following a narrow trail that seemed to disappear into the dense undergrowth. As the day wore on, the sky darkened with heavy clouds, and the forest took on an eerie stillness. Dusk was settling in when Ethan stumbled upon a clearing. At its center stood a figure, motionless and waiting. The man's grin was wide, unnaturally stretched across his face, and his eyes gleamed with a light that seemed to come from somewhere beyond this world. Ethan, ever the skeptic, dismissed the unease gnawing at his mind and approached the figure. "Hello," Ethan called out, his voice breaking the silence. The figure's grin widened and he took a step forward. Ethan felt a shiver run down his spine, but he ignored it, driven by a mix of curiosity and stubbornness. As the man began to speak, his voice was low and hypnotic, each word wrapping around Ethan's mind like a vice. The figure spoke of ancient secrets, of hidden realms and forgotten truths. Ethan tried to resist, but the words seeped into his consciousness, distorting his thoughts and warping his perception. The forest around him seemed to shift and change, the trees closing in, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes. Shadows danced at the edges of his vision, and whispers filled the air. Ethan's grip on reality began to slip, his thoughts becoming fragmented and incoherent. Ethan's journal, discovered days later, told the story of his descent into madness. The entry started off normal, filled with descriptions of his journey and the beauty of the forest. But as the days passed, the writings became increasingly erratic, filled with ramblings about the grinning man and the dark secrets he revealed. Sketches accompanied the text, depicting shadowy figures with wide grins and eyes that seemed to follow the viewer. The final entry was a chilling scrawl, barely legible. The words, "They are in my mind. I cannot escape them." The search for Ethan was exhaustive. His campsite was found in disarray, his belongings scattered as if he had left in a hurry. The rangers combed the forest, their calls echoing through the trees, but there was no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished, consumed by the madness the grinning man had brought upon him. Ethan's fate served as a grim reminder of the power the grinning visitors held. Their words were not just idle threats. They were weapons, capable of unraveling the mind and leading even the strongest souls to madness. The encounter with the grinning visitor had shattered Ethan's sanity, drawing him into a darkness from which there was no escape. The fire crackled softly as I finished the tale, the weight of Ethan's story hanging heavily in the air. The reality of the dangers within Whispering Pines was clear, etched into the faces of those who listened. The forest, with its secrets and hidden terrors, demanded respect and vigilance from all who dared to enter its depths. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a dim light that barely reached the edges of the circle. The night had grown colder, and the trees seemed to close in around us. I knew that the tale of Ethan had left its mark, but there was more to uncover about the grinning visitors. After Ethan disappeared, we were all on edge. I began, my voice hushed. We needed to understand what we were dealing with, to uncover the history behind these malevolent figures. We delved into the forest's past, scouring old records and legends. Whispering Pines had always been a place of mystery, but the stories we found were darker than we had imagined. The grinning visitors were not just malevolent spirits. They were ancient entities, born of the forest's deepest shadows. These beings thrived on madness, their words designed to fracture the mind and break the spirit. They were drawn to the vulnerable and the curious, those who strayed too far from the path or dared to seek answers to forbidden questions. The journals and accounts we found painted a chilling picture. Encounters with grinning figures whose words left people unrecognizable, lost in their own minds. One account spoke of a small village near Whispering Pines, abandoned long ago. The villagers had encountered a grinning visitor, and within weeks, the entire population had descended into madness. The village was left deserted, a ghost town, claimed by the forest. The descriptions were eerily similar to what we had experienced. Wide, unnatural grins, and eyes that gleamed with an otherworldly light. We knew we had to be vigilant. The forest was alive with secrets, and the grinning visitors were its darkest enforcers. Their presence was a reminder that some paths should never be walked, some doors should never be opened. Our research revealed that the grinning visitors were tied to an ancient ritual, performed long ago by those who sought to harness the power of the forest. The ritual had gone terribly wrong, unleashing these entities upon the world. They were bound to Whispering Pines, unable to leave but always waiting, watching for their next victim. One evening, while poring over the old texts, we found a passage that sent chills down our spines. It described how the visitors could only be banished temporarily, their influence lessened but never fully removed. They would always return, their hunger for madness insatiable. We made a pact to protect one another, to always heed the warnings and to respect the rules that had been passed down. The grinning visitors were not to be underestimated, and their words were not to be heard. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the silence heavy with anticipation. The fire had burned down to its last embers, casting long, twisted shadows that danced around us. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a faint, eerie laughter that sent shivers down our spines. It was a sound that promised madness, a chilling reminder that the grinning visitors were always near, waiting for their chance to speak. I looked around at the faces of those who had listened to my tale. their eyes wide with a mix of fear and resolve. They understood now the true danger that lurked within whispering pines. But the forest was vast, and its secrets were many. As we prepared to leave the fire, the wind picked up, rustling the leaves and creating shadows that seemed to move on their own. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, a wide grin on its face and eyes that gleamed with madness. I blinked, and it was gone, but the feeling of unease remained. The forest whispered its secrets, and I knew that the grinning visitors were still out there, waiting for their next victim. And as the final embers of the fire died out, the darkness around us seemed to close in, the forest's warning clear. The grinning visitors would always be near, ready to claim those who dared to listen. The fire crackled softly, casting long shadows across the clearing. The rangers gathered around, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The night was cold, the air thick with the scent of pine and the promise of secrets untold. Have you ever stumbled upon something so unsettling that it feels as though the world has shifted around you? If you ever find a book bound in human skin lying on the forest floor, do not open it. It was a foggy spring morning, the kind where the mist clings to your skin and obscures everything more than a few feet away. The forest was eerily silent, the usual chorus of birds and insects muted by the thick fog. I was on a routine patrol, my senses heightened by the unnatural stillness. As I walked, a sudden flash of color caught my eye. There, half buried in the damp earth, was a book. It looked old, its cover worn and cracked, but it was the material that made my blood run cold. The book was bound in what unmistakably looked like human skin. The texture and color unlike any leather I'd ever seen. Strange symbols and patterns were etched into the cover, their meaning unknown but undeniably sinister. My initial reaction was a mix of horror and morbid curiosity. What kind of book could be so precious that someone would bind it in human skin? And what secrets could it hold? The air around me seemed to grow colder. As I reached out, the warnings from the veteran rangers echoed in my mind. They had spoken of such books, cursed objects left by dark practitioners to ensnare the curious and the unwary. I felt a shiver run down my spine, a primal instinct telling me to leave it be. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. The urge to open the book was almost overwhelming, but I forced myself to turn away. The forest seemed to exhale, the tension easing as I distanced myself from the book. My steps quickened as I made my way back to the ranger station, the sense of unease lingering long after the book was out of sight. That night, sleep did not come easily. My dreams were filled with images of the skin-bound book and the dark knowledge it contained. In my nightmares, I saw shadowy figures hunched over ancient tomes, their eyes empty and their minds shattered by the secrets they had uncovered. I awoke in a cold sweat, the memory of the book vivid in my mind. The fire flickered, casting eerie shadows as the night deepened. The forest seemed to grow darker, the trees whispering secrets that were best left unheard. The book was still out there, waiting for its next victim, a reminder of the perils that lurked within whispering pines. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a dim light that barely reached the edges of the clearing. The rangers sat in silence, absorbing the weight of the story. It was time to tell them about Margaret, a scholar whose curiosity led her down a dark path. Margaret was a brilliant mind, I began, my voice breaking the heavy silence. Margaret had arrived at Whispering Pines with a single purpose, to uncover the secrets of the forest. She had heard the legends, the whispered tales of ancient curses and forbidden knowledge, and she was determined to document it all. She was skeptical of the warnings, dismissing them as mere superstition. One overcast afternoon, Margaret ventured deeper into the forest than anyone had before. The sky was dark with heavy clouds, the air thick with the promise of rain. As she navigated the dense underbrush, she stumbled upon a small clearing. At its center, lying innocuously on the forest floor, was a book bound in human skin. Margaret's eyes lit up with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Here, finally, was the proof she had been seeking. She picked up the book, feeling the unsettling texture of the cover under her fingers. The symbols etched into the skin seemed to pulse with a life of their own, drawing her in. Ignoring the creeping sense of dread, she opened the book. The pages were filled with cryptic symbols and dark knowledge, secrets that seemed to whisper directly to her mind. As she read, a strange feeling washed over her, a sense of something ancient and powerful awakening within her. The forest around her grew silent, the air thick with an oppressive weight. Margaret's mind began to unravel as the knowledge seeped into her consciousness. The symbols danced on the pages, forming patterns that twisted her thoughts and filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Her notes became erratic, filled with nonsensical ramblings and disturbing drawings that hinted at the book's dark power. Margaret's descent into madness was rapid and terrifying. She heard whispers in the wind, saw shadowy figures at the edge of her vision, and felt an overwhelming sense of paranoia. Her once brilliant mind was shattered, leaving her a hollow shell of her former self. Days later, when Margaret failed to return, a search party was organized. We combed the forest, calling out her name, but there was no sign of her. Her campsite was found abandoned, her belongings scattered around as if she had left in a hurry. The only trace of Margaret was her journal, filled with fragmented entries and chilling sketches of the skin-bound book. The rangers and I pored over her journal, trying to piece together what had happened. Her last entries were almost illegible, filled with desperate pleas and incoherent ramblings. It was clear that the book had shattered her mind, leaving her lost to the darkness of the forest. The fire flickered. The book bound in human skin was not just an object of curiosity. It was a trap, designed to ensnare and destroy those who dared to seek its forbidden knowledge. As the night grew darker, the sense of being watched intensified. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the silence heavy with the weight of untold secrets. Margaret's story was a warning, a reminder that some paths should never be walked, and some books should never be opened. The fire's glow dimmed, casting a faint, eerie light on the surrounding trees. The rangers were silent, the weight of Margaret's fate heavy in the air. The forest around us felt more alive, as if it was listening, waiting. It was time to conclude the tale, to drive home the importance of the warnings we live by. After Margaret's disappearance, the forest never felt the same, I began. The sense of unease lingered, and the boundaries between our world and whatever lies beyond seemed thinner. In the aftermath of Margaret's disappearance, we doubled our efforts to understand what we were dealing with. We scoured old records, piecing together fragments of stories and legends. Whispering Pines had always been a place of mystery, but the truth was darker than we had imagined. We learned that the books bound in human skin were not merely ancient artifacts. They were cursed objects, created by dark practitioners to trap and destroy the minds of those who sought forbidden knowledge. These books were designed to ensnare the curious, their pages filled with dark secrets that could shatter a person's sanity. Old journals and historical accounts spoke of similar occurrences, scholars, explorers, and even villagers who had vanished after finding such books. Their final days were marked by madness, their notes and letters filled with ramblings and sketches that mirrored Margaret's descent. It was clear that these books were tools of malevolent forces, designed to claim the minds and souls of their victims. One particularly chilling account told of a small village near Whispering Pines. Long before it was abandoned, the villagers had found a similar book. Within weeks, the entire population had descended into madness. Their bodies were never found, and the village was left to the forest, a ghost town swallowed by the trees. The descriptions of the book were eerily similar to what I had seen. The same symbols, the same unnerving texture. The more we learned, the clearer it became that the books were not just dangerous, they were predatory. They lay in wait for those who could not resist their allure, drawing them in with the promise of knowledge. Once opened, they unleashed a torrent of dark secrets that the human mind was never meant to comprehend. Our research uncovered that these books were tied to an ancient ritual, one that had gone horribly wrong. The practitioners had sought to harness the power of the forest, but instead, they had created these cursed objects. Bound by dark magic, the books held the fragmented souls of those who had performed the ritual, their madness trapped within the pages. As the realization set in, we knew we had to be vigilant. The forest was filled with many dangers, but the books bound in human skin were among the most insidious. The grinning visitors, the candlelit paths, and the skin-bound books were all reminders that Whispering Pines held secrets that were best left undisturbed. The night grew colder, the fire reduced to glowing embers. The forest seemed to close in around us, the darkness deepening. The faces of the rangers were solemn, the stories they had heard a stark reminder of the peril that lay within the woods. As I stood to leave, a cold breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the faintest whisper. It sounded almost like a voice, a distant echo of a warning long forgotten. I paused, listening intently, but the sound faded into the night. "Remember," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Some knowledge is not meant to be uncovered. The forest guards its secrets fiercely, and those who seek them out do so at their own peril." The rangers nodded, the gravity of the situation clear in their eyes. As we made our way back to the station, the sense of being watched never left us. The forest was alive with whispers, the shadows hiding secrets we were never meant to know. And as the night drew on, the forest seemed to breathe around us, its secrets hidden deep within the shadows. Somewhere, out there, the book still lay waiting. A silent trap for the next unwary soul who could not resist its call. The thought lingered, a chilling reminder that Whispering Pines was a place of mystery and danger, where the line between knowledge and madness was perilously thin. The fire crackled softly, sending sparks spiraling into the starless sky. The rangers huddled closer, not just for warmth, but for the comfort of the light. Tonight, the forest felt different, darker, more oppressive. The usual night sounds were absent, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. I glanced around at the faces illuminated by the flickering flames, knowing this was a night to share the most important rule of all. "There's a reason Rule 20 stands above the rest," I began, my voice low, almost as if I didn't want the forest to hear. "The forest isn't just a place. It's alive, and it feeds on fear and despair. Once it has you, there's no escape." The memory of that winter came flooding back, chilling me more than the cold air ever could. It was during one of the harshest winters I'd ever faced in Whispering Pines. The forest was blanketed in snow, the trees heavy with ice. The landscape was deceptively beautiful, a serene white death mask hiding something far more sinister. I had been on a routine patrol, the crunch of snow under my boots the only sound in the stillness. But even then, something felt off. The usual sense of peace I found in the forest was absent, replaced by an undercurrent of unease. The deeper I went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as if the forest was closing in around me. It wasn't long before I began to feel it, the sensation of being watched. Not by the usual wildlife, but by something far more ancient and malevolent. The trees seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, their branches stretching out like skeletal fingers, reaching for me. I tried to shake the feeling, focusing on the path ahead. But the further I walked, the more the path seemed to change, twisting and turning in ways I didn't recognize. What should have been a familiar route was now leading me deeper into the woods, away from any landmarks I knew. That's when the whispers started. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks on my mind. But the more I listened, the more I realized these were no ordinary sounds. The whispers were faint, like voices carried on the breeze, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. They were taunting, mocking, and filled with a deep, gnawing hunger. I quickened my pace, trying to outwalk the fear that was slowly tightening its grip on my heart. But the forest seemed to move with me, the trees closing ranks, blocking out the sky. The whispers grew louder, and I could feel the presence of something dark and predatory, lurking just out of sight. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but the path behind me had vanished, swallowed by the shifting trees. Panic set in, cold and sharp, as I realized the forest was leading me where it wanted me to go. My breath came in ragged gasps, the cold air burning my lungs as I fought to keep moving. Then, as if in response to my fear, the forest came alive. The snow beneath my feet began to melt, revealing dark, gnarled roots that twisted and pulsed with a sickly light. The trees seemed to groan and creak, their branches forming grotesque shapes, faces appearing in the bark. Faces twisted in eternal screams of agony. These were the souls of those who had been claimed by the forest, trapped in its embrace, their despair feeding its insatiable hunger. I stumbled, my legs refusing to carry me any further. The whispers had become a deafening chorus, the faces in the trees contorting in mockery of my terror. I was alone, lost in a living nightmare with no way out. The forest had me, and I could feel it savoring my fear. But something inside me refused to give up. With every ounce of strength I had left, I forced myself to my feet, pushing through the pain and the despair that threatened to drown me. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to keep moving. The forest fought back, the roots rising up to ensnare me, the trees pressing closer. But I didn't stop. I ran until my lungs burned, until my vision blurred, until the whispers were nothing more than a distant echo. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The trees parted, revealing a familiar path. I stumbled onto it, too exhausted to question how I had found it. As I stepped out of the forest's grasp, I felt the weight lift from my shoulders, the malevolent presence receding into the darkness. The forest had let me go, this time. When I finally reached the safety of the ranger station, I collapsed, my body trembling with the aftershocks of fear. But I knew I had been lucky. The forest had shown me mercy, but it wouldn't forget. It was alive, it was hungry, and it was always watching, waiting for its next victim. "The forest is alive," I said, my voice shaking with the memory. "It feeds on fear and despair, and once it has claimed you, there is no escape. Your screams will echo through the trees for all eternity." The fire crackled softly as my words hung in the air, the reality of the rule sinking in. Whispering Pines was no ordinary forest. It was a living entity, a predator that thrived on the terror of those who dared to trespass within its borders, and those who ventured too far would never return. The fire had burned down to a dull glow, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch into the surrounding darkness. The night had grown colder, and the forest beyond the firelight felt like it was closing in, listening. It was time to tell the rangers about the lost patrol, a cautionary tale that had been passed down through the ranks for years. "This isn't just my story," I began, the words heavy with the weight of what was to come. "There was a time, years ago, when a group of rangers went out on a routine patrol and never came back. The Lost Patrol was made up of experienced rangers, men and women who knew the forest well, or so they thought. It was early spring, the snow just beginning to melt, leaving the ground muddy and treacherous. The patrol had set out early in the morning, planning to cover a wide area that day, checking on trails and making sure nothing was out of the ordinary. But from the moment they entered the deeper parts of Whispering Pines, things began to go wrong. The first sign was the silence. At first, they brushed it off, just a lull in the usual sounds of the forest. But as the hours passed and the silence deepened, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. The birds didn't sing. The wind didn't rustle the leaves, and even the crunch of their boots seemed muffled, as if the forest was absorbing the sound. By midday, the unease had settled into the bones of every ranger on the patrol. They tried to stay focused, sticking to their assigned routes, but the sense of being watched only grew stronger. The trees seemed taller, more menacing, their branches reaching out like claws. The path that had been so clear in the morning began to twist and turn in unfamiliar ways, leading them deeper into the forest instead of toward their destination. Then came the whispers. At first, the rangers thought it was just the wind, but these whispers were different. They seemed to come from all directions at once, echoing off the trees, carried on the breeze like a dark melody. The whispers were unintelligible, a language they didn't understand, But the tone was clear, taunting, malicious, and filled with a deep hunger. Panic began to set in as the rangers realized they were lost. The forest had closed in around them, the path back no longer visible. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, gnawing at their resolve. It was as if the forest was alive, feeding off their fear, driving them deeper into its grasp. One by one, the rangers began to falter. Their confident strides turned to hesitant steps, their calm exteriors cracked by the weight of the fear that was clawing at their minds. They tried to call out to one another, but their voices were swallowed by the whispers, their words turning to echoes that seemed to mock them. Then the forest began to change. The trees around them twisted and warped, their trunks bending into grotesque shapes. Faces appeared in the bark, contorted in expressions of agony and despair. These were not just trees. They were the remnants of souls the forest had claimed before. Their screams trapped in the wood, eternally crying out for release. The rangers tried to stay together, but the forest had other plans. The ground beneath them shifted, roots rising up to trip them, pulling them apart. The trees closed in, separating them, each ranger finding themselves alone in the darkness, with only the whispers and the ghostly faces for company. Desperation turned to madness as the rangers realized there was no way out. The forest had claimed them, fed on their fear, and now it was dragging them into the depths of its darkness. Their screams echoed through the trees, mingling with the whispers, becoming part of the forest's eternal song of despair. Days later, when the rangers didn't return, a search party was sent out. They scoured the forest, calling out the names of their comrades, but the forest was silent once more. No whispers, no screams, just the oppressive stillness that had marked the beginning of the patrol's end. The search party found no trace of the rangers, no tracks, no gear, nothing. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. But those who had ventured deep enough into the forest claimed they heard something. A faint whisper carried on the wind, and the distant echo of screams trapped within the trees. The story of the lost patrol became a warning, passed down through the ranks. The forest is alive, and it feeds on fear and despair. Once it has claimed you, there is no escape, and your screams will echo through the trees for all eternity. As I finished the tale, the fire flickered, casting eerie shadows on the faces around me. The rangers sat in silence, the reality of the story sinking in. Whispering Pines was no ordinary forest, and the lost patrol was proof that even the most experienced could fall victim to its malevolence. The night grew darker, the silence of the forest around us more profound. I could see in their eyes that they understood now. This wasn't just a story. The forest was alive, and it was always hungry. The ranger station at Whispering Pines was an old, creaking structure. Wooden beams weathered from years of exposure to the elements, its windows fogged and cracked. As I stood at the entrance, I could feel the weight of the forest pressing in on me, as if the trees themselves were alive, leaning closer, watching. A strange sensation settled over me, the kind of feeling you get when you know something isn't quite right, but you can't put your finger on it. My first day on the job, and already I could tell this place wasn't like anywhere I'd ever been. I could feel the forest staring at me through the trees, dark and full of secrets. The head ranger, Miller, had greeted me with a stiff nod, barely saying a word. He was a wiry man, skin like parchment, his gray hair hanging in uneven tufts around his weathered face. He hadn't given me much of a tour, just handed me a piece of paper and pointed toward the bunks. His silence had unnerved me, but I chalked it up to him being one of those old-timers who'd seen too much in his life to bother with small talk. I sat on the edge of the bunk, unfolding the crumpled sheet of paper Miller had given me. It was a list of rules, and not your typical no smoking in the cabins type. These were strange. Rule 1. If you're out in the forest and you see the shadow of a woman in the darkness, immediately close your eyes and count to 10. If she's still there when you open your eyes, run back to your vehicle and pray she doesn't follow. You don't want to know what happens if she follows you. Rule 2. Never answer any phone calls or radio transmissions while on patrol, especially if the voice on the other end claims to be a lost child. It's a trap, and if you respond, you'll become the next target of the forest's malevolent entities. Rule 3. If you find a clearing with a perfect circle of dead trees, leave immediately. Those who linger too long in these cursed grounds are never seen again, and their screams echo through the night. Rule 4. Should you encounter a visitor with pitch-black eyes and a sinister smile, do not engage with them. Slowly back away and report the incident to your supervisor. These entities are known to prey on the minds of the weak-willed. The list went on like that, 20 rules in total, each more bizarre than the last. At first, I thought it was some kind of initiation prank, like hazing the new guy. But as I read through them again, that sense of dread I had felt earlier started creeping back into my chest. The rules weren't funny. They were unsettling, filled with the kind of specifics that come from experience. When I reached the bottom of the page, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There was a small arrow drawn in pencil, pointing to the back of the sheet. My curiosity piqued. I turned it over, expecting a joke or a final punchline. But what I found sent a chill straight through me. Rule 21. Do not listen to Ranger Jack. We've never had a ranger here named Jack. Ranger Jack is a demon, and if he manages to tell you the stories of all 20 rules, he will take your soul. My heart skipped a beat. I read the rule again, convinced I had misunderstood, but the words were there, as clear as day. I laughed uneasily, telling myself it was just another part of the hazing, a story to spook the new guy. But deep down, something wasn't sitting right. The way the words were written, the finality of it. It didn't feel like a joke. It felt like a warning. A soft knock on the door snapped me out of my thoughts. "Ready for your first night, rookie?" a voice called out, friendly and warm. I looked up and saw him, Ranger Jack. He was standing in the doorway, smiling, dressed in his standard-issue ranger uniform, a mug of steaming coffee in one hand. His smile was wide, friendly, but there was something in his eyes that made my skin crawl. They were too bright, too eager, and something about the way they locked onto mine made me feel like I was being pulled into some kind of invisible trap. "Yeah," I said, standing up quickly and trying to shake off the unease. "I was just going over the rules." Jack's smile widened, his teeth white and straight. "Good. Those rules will keep you alive out here." He chuckled softly, but the sound made my stomach turn. I wanted to say something about Rule 21, but my throat felt tight. The words lodged somewhere between my chest and my mouth. Instead, I just nodded, forcing a smile as Jack motioned for me to follow him. As we stepped out into the night, the air was thick with fog, the trees looming overhead like skeletal giants. Jack led me down the dirt path toward the clearing where the other rangers were gathered around a small campfire. The flames danced and flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the forest floor. As we approached the fire, the others greeted me with curt nods and quick glances, their faces barely illuminated by the orange glow. I could feel their eyes lingering on me longer than they should have, like they were assessing me, judging whether or not I belonged. Jack sat down on one of the logs, gesturing for me to take a seat beside him. I did, though every instinct told me to stand, to stay on my feet in case I needed to run. The fire crackled and popped, sending embers spiraling into the sky as Jack began to speak. "So," he said, his voice low and smooth, "you've read the rules, but there's a story behind each one. You'll understand them better once you know where they came from." The other rangers remained silent, their faces expressionless, eyes fixed on the fire. Jack's gaze shifted toward me, and I felt a sudden chill crawl up my spine. His smile was still there, plastered to his face. But now it felt like something else, something darker lurking just beneath the surface. I shifted nervously on the log as Jack began to tell the first story, Rule 1. His voice was captivating, hypnotic even, and despite the gnawing fear in my chest, I found myself leaning in, hanging on every word. But as the story went on, something strange began to happen. The forest around us grew darker, the trees seeming to close in, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes. The wind howled through the leaves, but beneath it I swore I could hear whispers, faint and distant, like the forest itself was listening to Jack's words. I wanted to run, to get up and leave, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. I couldn't tear my gaze away from Jack's face, his too wide smile, his too bright eyes. And all the while, Rule 21 echoed in my mind. We've never had a ranger named Jack. By the time Jack finished the story, I could barely breathe. The fire flickered weakly, casting long shadows that danced and twisted like something alive. The other rangers didn't react to the story. They just sat there, staring blankly into the flames. Jack's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I thought I saw something shift behind them, something dark and malevolent. His smile widened. "There's more where that came from," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, swallowing hard, my throat dry. I couldn't stop thinking about Rule 21, about what it said, and what it might mean. My heart pounded in my chest as Jack leaned closer, his eyes glinting in the firelight. And all I could think was, how many stories had he already told me? The fire crackled softly as Jack's voice lulled me into a trance, his smooth tone painting vivid images of the forest's terrors. I couldn't help but be drawn in despite the ever-growing feeling of unease. Something about the way he spoke made me feel like the words themselves were crawling under my skin, burrowing into my mind. I tried to shake it off, to focus on anything else, but his voice was relentless, constant and heavy. The other rangers sat unmoving, their faces locked in cold indifference. Their silence gnawed at me. No laughter, no shared glances, just vacant stares and stiff postures, like they were puppets waiting for their strings to be pulled. The sense that I didn't belong, that I wasn't meant to be here, rooted itself deep in my chest. I glanced around, searching for an escape, but the night pressed in from all sides. The trees seemed even closer now, towering like great sentinels in the gloom, their twisted branches forming grotesque shapes against the black sky. I could swear I saw faces in the shadows, hollow eyes watching me from between the trunks. My skin crawled with the sensation of being observed, yet when I tried to pinpoint where the feeling came from, there was nothing but darkness and the unnerving stillness of the forest. Something wasn't right about this place. I could feel it, the way you feel a storm coming before the first drop of rain. It wasn't just the strange rules or the suffocating atmosphere. It was something more, something deep and ancient. Jack started on another story, this one about a ranger who'd gone missing years ago. His voice had dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, the firelight flickering in his too bright eyes. The name sounded familiar. It wasn't from the list of rules, but from one of the stories he told earlier in the night. I leaned forward unconsciously, trying to recall where I'd heard it before. As Jack continued, it hit me. The ranger he was talking about was the same one from a handful of the other stories he had shared. A shadow mentioned only in passing, but now Jack was giving them a name and a face. It was like unraveling a thread, and suddenly the stories started to weave together into a much darker tapestry. The ranger, according to Jack, had vanished without a trace after violating one of the rules. But that wasn't all. This ranger had been the head ranger, the one who trained everyone, Miller's predecessor. My stomach turned. No one had mentioned that before, and now it felt like a thread that was about to snap. I tried to focus on what Jack was saying, but my thoughts swirled with memories of the paper in my pocket. Rule 21. Do not listen to Ranger Jack. I suddenly needed answers. I had to know more about the other rangers. I glanced over at Miller, hoping to catch his eye, but he was staring into the fire, his face unreadable. He hadn't spoken a word since the fire was lit, and now I realized he was always keeping his distance from Jack. It was as though he was avoiding him. An unsettling thought crossed my mind. What if Miller knew? What if he had experienced the same dread, the same horror that was now worming its way into my mind? I excused myself quietly and slipped away from the campfire. No one seemed to notice, not even Jack, who continued his story without pause. My footsteps felt loud against the silence of the woods, the night swallowing me up as I moved toward the old ranger station. Inside, the air was cold and stale. Dust motes hung in the weak beam of my flashlight, and the wooden floor creaked underfoot. I made my way to the back office, the one that hadn't been used in years. Old papers and folders were strewn across the desk, some yellowed with age. I sifted through them, my heart pounding in my chest, hoping to find something that made sense. And then I found it. A journal, bound in cracked leather, tucked away in the bottom drawer. The name on the inside cover caught my breath. Ranger Lewis. It was the name from Jack's story, the ranger who had vanished. I flipped through the pages, scanning the entries, and what I read chilled me to the bone. Ranger Lewis had begun to suspect something was wrong at Whispering Pines long before his disappearance. The journal detailed strange occurrences. Ghostly figures in the woods, whispers that seemed to follow him wherever he went. And worst of all, stories that Jack told him. Each one twisting something inside of him until his grip on reality began to slip. But the journal didn't end with paranoia or madness. Lewis had found out the truth about Jack. One of his last entries read, "He's not a ranger. He's not even human. Jack is a demon, and he's been here for decades, maybe longer. He feeds on our souls, one story at a time. And once he's told you all the stories, there's nothing left. You're his." The journal ended abruptly. The last few pages were torn out, leaving behind only vague smudges and the indentation of frantic handwriting. Lewis had never stood a chance. I slammed the journal shut, my pulse racing. Jack was no ordinary man. The pieces were all falling into place. Those stories weren't just warnings or cautionary tales. They were traps designed to ensnare. And I had almost walked right into them. Miller must have known. That's why he kept his distance, why he didn't speak much. But why hadn't Jack taken Miller? What made him different? I shoved the journal into my jacket pocket, a chill running down my spine. When I turned around, I nearly screamed. Miller was standing in the doorway, watching me, with those hollow eyes. "They're all still out there, you know," he said softly, his voice like a dead wind blowing through the trees. "The ones Jack took. They linger in the woods, waiting. But they can't be saved." What happened to you?" I asked, my throat tight with fear. He stepped closer, his face gaunt in the dim light. "He got me too," he whispered. "A long time ago. But he didn't take my body, just my soul. I'm a shell now, waiting for him to finish what he started." I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. "Why didn't you warn me?" Miller's eyes were filled with something I couldn't quite understand. Regret, perhaps, or maybe despair. "It wouldn't have mattered," he said. "Once you start hearing his stories, you're already marked. The only thing you can do is make sure he doesn't finish." He looked past me, toward the dark woods outside the window. "They're waiting for you out there," he murmured. "The ghosts, the lost rangers. They'll show you what happens when Jack finishes the final story." Before I could respond, a distant sound echoed through the forest, the unmistakable voice of Ranger Jack, calling out into the night. "Time for the next story," he called, his voice dripping with honeyed malice. Miller gave me one last look, then stepped aside, his shoulders slumped in defeat. "Be careful, kid," he said softly, "because once you hear the last story, you're his forever." I burst out of the station, my breath coming in ragged gasps as the icy night air stung my lungs. The forest was eerily still, not a single sound breaking the silence except for the frantic pounding of my heart. Jack's voice echoed through the trees, his words slithering between the branches like a snake. "Come back, Sam," he called out, the sweetness in his voice now thick with malevolence. "Don't you want to hear the rest of the stories?" I could feel the weight of the journal in my pocket, like an anchor dragging me deeper into the nightmare. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. Miller's words haunted me. Once you start hearing his stories, you're already marked. My feet carried me deeper into the woods, away from the station, away from Jack's voice. The trees around me twisted and groaned, their branches seeming to reach for me with gnarled fingers. My flashlight flickered, casting erratic beams of light that barely penetrated the darkness. Shadows danced on the edge of my vision, and I could feel the presence of something lurking just beyond the reach of the light. Watching. Waiting. The wind picked up, howling through the trees like a chorus of mournful wails. And beneath it, I could hear them, the whispers. Faint at first, but growing louder with each step. They weren't just whispers of the wind. They were voices. Voices I recognized. The Rangers. The lost souls Jack had taken. Their words were unintelligible, garbled by years of torment and despair, but their tone was clear. They were pleading, begging. They wanted release. They wanted to be free from the forest's grip, free from Jack. I kept moving, my legs trembling with every step. The journal weighed heavily in my jacket, but it felt like a beacon now, something that might lead me to the truth. If I could just find a way to stop Jack, maybe I could end this nightmare for good. But Jack was relentless. His voice was closer now, echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Sam," he called again, his voice dripping with false warmth. "You can't run forever. Come back to the fire. We're not done yet." I stumbled over a root and fell hard to the ground, my flashlight slipping from my hand and rolling away into the darkness. Panic surged through me as the world around me was swallowed by blackness. For a moment, everything was silent. Just my ragged breaths and the distant whispers of the damned. Then, a light flickered ahead of me. Not the cold beam of my flashlight, but a warm, orange glow. My heart sank. It was the campfire. I hadn't been running away from it. I'd been running straight toward it. A cold dread washed over me as I scrambled to my feet. The clearing came into view, the fire crackling softly in the center. And there, sitting on the log across from it, was Jack. He was smiling, just like always. That too wide, too perfect smile that never quite reached his eyes. The flames danced in his gaze, casting flickering shadows across his face. But it was what sat next to him that made my blood run cold. There, scattered around the fire, were figures, half-formed and ghostly, their faces twisted in agony. I recognized them instantly. They were the Rangers Jack had taken, the lost souls trapped in the forest, their features etched with eternal torment. They were staring at me, their hollow eyes filled with desperation. But that wasn't what chilled me to the core. Sitting across from Jack, a figure leaned forward, their face shadowed by the firelight. It was Miller. His expression was blank, his eyes dull and lifeless, the shell of a man who had given up, waiting for the inevitable end. And then I saw it. The final seat around the fire. Empty. Waiting. I knew what it meant. That seat was meant for me. "You're almost there, Sam," Jack said softly, his voice no longer pretending to be kind. It was cold now, dark and hollow. "Just one more story. One more, and it'll all be over." I took a step back, my body trembling with terror. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees tightening their grip. I could hear the whispers growing louder, more insistent. The lost Rangers were calling to me, their voices laced with both warning and desperation. Jack's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he stood up, his movements slow and deliberate. "You've already heard 20, Sam," he said, his voice a whisper that carried on the wind. "What's one more? What's the harm in finishing the story?" The ground beneath me seemed to shift, pulling me toward the fire. I tried to fight it, but my body wouldn't listen. The journal felt like lead in my pocket, the weight of the truth pressing down on me. I had to do something. I had to stop him before it was too late. But Jack was patient. He knew. He knew that no matter what I did, the end was inevitable. I fumbled for the journal, pulling it out with shaking hands. My mind raced, trying to piece together some kind of plan, some way to stop him. The pages rustled in the wind as I flipped through them, but the words blurred together. I couldn't focus. Jack took a step closer, his smile never faltering. "You can't fight it, Sam," he whispered. "It's already done. You're mine." Desperation clawed at my throat. The whispers were deafening now, the forest itself seeming to pulse with a dark energy. The firelight flickered, casting twisted shadows across the clearing. I looked at the faces of the Rangers. So many of them. All trapped. All victims of Jack's stories. I couldn't let that happen to me. I couldn't let him finish. With one last burst of energy, I threw the journal into the fire. The pages caught quickly, the flames licking up the leather cover as the words inside began to burn away. For a brief moment, Jack's smile faltered. His eyes flicked toward the fire, and I saw something dark and sinister flicker behind them. Anger. But then, his smile returned, wider than ever. "You think that will stop me?" He laughed softly. "You think burning a few pages will change anything?" The fire roared to life, the flames twisting and contorting unnaturally. And then, without warning, they went out, snuffed like a candle. The clearing was plunged into total darkness, the air thick with silence. The shadows closed in, suffocating and cold. And then, Jack's voice, low and menacing, cut through the void. "The last story doesn't need to be told, Sam," he whispered, his voice crawling across my skin. "Because it's already being written." Suddenly, I felt it, an icy grip closing around my throat. I gasped, clawing at the invisible force as the air was sucked from my lungs. My vision blurred, and the ground seemed to vanish beneath my feet. The trees, the forest, everything disappeared into the black. And then I heard it, a voice, my voice, echoing through the darkness. "The final story," it whispered, "is yours." And with that, everything went cold. In the silence, I realized the truth. I was no longer running from the story. I was the story. And my soul was already his.